Good morning to our distinguished guests, partners, sponsors, and delegates present with us today. This welcome is extended to those attending virtually from all corners of the African continent and from around the world. It is a privilege to welcome you to Pretoria, South Africa, for the inaugural African Space Law and Policy Conference. Over the next 2 days, we hope to provide insights from our esteemed speakers while creating a platform for robust and critical discussion on space law and policy matters in Africa. We endeavor to create an opportunity over the next 2 days where you are all able to contribute your voices and perspectives to this vital discussion through the various Q&As, particularly for those attending online, the breakaway sessions, and the more intimate discussions that happen over tea, coffee, lunch, and dinner. As your program director today, I'm charged with ensuring that we seamlessly navigate our way through the well-integrated and meticulous program that was put together by our organizing team and committee. I intend on being with you every step of the way, starting with the welcoming addresses, which will begin shortly, and while guiding you also all the way to SANSA's HBK facility for our off-site excursion. I trust that we will all make this an exciting journey and a worthwhile experience, and a fruitful one too. As mentioned, we begin the proceedings today with the opening remarks to be delivered by Ambassador Xolisa Mabongo, the Deputy Director General of Global Governance here at the Department of International Relations and Cooperations. The Ambassador will be followed by Ms. Nomfuneko Irene Majaja, representing the Department of Trade and Industry. Thirdly, we have our guest as well, and one of our partners in Professor Andrea Harrington, who sits here as the co-director of the Institute of Air and Space Law at the University of McGill. Thereafter, we have my supervisor, I have to say that, and the head of the Public Law Department at the University of Pretoria, Professor Diani Mango. We will then close the first welcome remarks section by the Dean of the Faculty of Law, Professor Steve Cornelius. All protocol observed. I believe that is the correct thing to say, Jamian. I would now like to hand over the floor to Ambassador to please welcome to seat or take the floor standing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director. And greetings to all of you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by congratulating and thanking the co-organizers of this very important conference. My own department, the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, the University of Pretoria, the University of McGill, the DTIC, as well as the UN Office on Outer Space Affairs. I understand that they are also represented here. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to Pretoria, and in particular to the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, how can we forget the words of the Soviet pilot and cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin when he was orbiting the Earth? He said, "I see Earth, it is so beautiful. Orbiting Earth is in the spaceship. I saw how beautiful our planet is. People, let us preserve and increase this beauty, not destroy it." This conference was born out of the realization and the recognition that as Africa, we must work more closely across our institutions, governments, academia, the industry, to shape our continent's outer space trajectory. Africa is already reaping many of the benefits of outer space. Space technologies and applications support disaster risk reduction and relief planning, the monitoring of fisheries and mineral resources, agricultural planning, communications, climate resilience, and access to essential services. The question before us now is how do we build on these important foundations in a more deliberate and strategic manner. This includes strengthening our national and regional capabilities, investing in local space ecosystems, and supporting skills development. Additionally, we must ensure that African countries are not merely consumers of space technologies, but also active participants in both the upstream and downstream value chains, and importantly, in shaping the future of outer space multilateral governance. At the heart of these efforts must be a sound and firm domestic and continental legal and policy frameworks. Such frameworks are necessary not only to ensure compliance with states' obligations under the main United Nations space treaties. They are equally important for encouraging innovation, limiting legal fragmentation, attracting investments, and ensuring that space activities are conducted in a manner that serves the public interest and for all humanity. We must capacitate our institutions on the continent and create the necessary conditions for actors to collaborate, innovate, and cooperate across boundaries with the common aim of securing Africa's place in the outer space. As we confront an increasingly complex global environment, questions of peaceful uses, equitable access, space debris, benefit sharing, and international cooperation continue to confront us. In this respect, African countries must ensure that our positions are advanced in all relevant multilateral and bilateral fora. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is sometimes said that Africa has more urgent developmental priorities than looking to outer space. But that view underestimates both Africa's needs and our continental ambitions. The point is not to navel gaze by choosing between earthly challenges and space-based opportunities. Looking upwards is not an escape from our realities. Two truths can exist at once. Africa must confront poverty, inequality, infrastructure challenges, food insecurity. And Africa must also ensure that she is not left behind in shaping and benefiting from the next frontier of scientific and economic development. This is especially important for a continent with one of the youngest populations in the world. Africa's young people are not merely beneficiaries of our development. They are scientists, engineers, entrepreneurs, lawyers, innovators, and future decision makers. The imperative is to create the conditions for talent to flourish here in our continent and in service of our continent's developmental priorities. Space science, satellite technology, and related industries offer precisely that opportunity to stimulate research and innovation, build high-skilled employment, and open new pathways for economic growth while employing outer space applications to address our terrestrial challenges. For this to occur, outer space must remain a peaceful domain, explored and used for the benefit and in the interest of all countries and peoples, irrespective of their degree of economic or scientific development. We must resist efforts to weaponize or appropriate outer space, which must never be allowed to become a theater of conflict. Over the next 2 days, we will engage with these and other matters of great importance. We will reflect on the legal and policy choices before African states, the role of national space legislation, the importance of regional cooperation, and the opportunities for Africa to contribute meaningfully to the progressive development of international space law. As DECO, we thank our institutional partners for collaborating with us to realize this conference. We equally thank our invited panelists and guests from industry, academia, government, intergovernmental organizations who are attending online, and those who have traveled in person to Pretoria to participate in these discussions in the next 2 days. We value your participation and look forward to engaging and thought-provoking discussions. I take this opportunity again on behalf of this department to welcome all of you and to wish you a most successful two-day conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I now hand the floor over to Ms. Nomfuneko Irene Majaja, representing the Department of Trade and Industry. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I will be representing my supervisors, my DDG, as well as the SACSA chairperson, Advocate Nkumatela, who could not be here with us today because of bereavements. Program Director, distinguished representatives from government, academia, industry, and international organizations, esteemed delegates, faculty members, researchers, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning yet again. It is both an honor and privilege to welcome you all to the South African Policy and Law Conference hosted by McGill University in partnership with the University of Pretoria, the Department of International Relations, our Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, the South African National Space Agency. Allow me at the outset to extend sincere appreciation to our academic partners, international collaborators, policymakers, industry leaders, and students for gathering here today for deliberation on matters that are increasingly shaping the future of our continent and the global community. This conference takes place at a critical moment in the evolution of global space economy and international space governance architecture. Outer space activities are no longer confined to the handful of developed nations. Across the African continent, countries are establishing space programs and agencies, strengthening institutional frameworks, developing national policies, and increasing participation in global conversations relating to governance, sustainability, commercialization, and peaceful uses of outer space. I think you're going to hear the word peaceful use of outer space many times during these coming 2 days. South Africa remains committed to playing a leading and a constructive role. As many of you may be aware, South Africa has been the member of the United Nations Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space since 1994 and continues to actively participate in advancing the multilateral cooperation relating to the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. In that regard, we urge other continental countries to join this big multilateral conversation, because that's where most of the developments and pressing issues that we are faced with are discussed today. UN Corpus remains principal international platform responsible for global space governance, international cooperation, and the development of legal and policy frameworks governing outer space activities. The committee plays an important role in shaping discussions on matters such as space debris mitigation and sustainability of outer space activities, space traffic management, registration and liability relating to space objects, responsible conduct in outer space, capacity building in space law and policy, space resources, and emerging commercial activities, as the ambassador has mentioned, climate monitoring and Earth observation, and broader use of space technologies in supporting sustainable socio-economic development. So space is not just for elite, space is for all of us. Space is for Africa, and we can use space to actually manage the socio-economic issues that we have every day. South Africa, through the DTIC and the South African Council for Space Affairs, SACSA, continues to fulfill important responsibilities relating to regulation and oversight of space activities within the Republic. The DTIC remains responsible for the country's policy, legislative, and regulatory matters. The department, together with SACSA and industry stakeholders, continues to work towards establishing a responsive, supportive, and international compliant regulatory environment, and enables innovation, investment, industrial participation, transformation, and sustainable growth within the South Africa's space economy. Importantly, the role of space technologies within modern economies can no longer be underestimated. Today, space systems support communications, navigation, climate monitoring, agriculture, disaster management, maritime awareness, environmental sustainability, water security, banking systems, transportation, and national security infrastructure. The global space economy is rapidly expanding and presents significant opportunities for industrialization, localization, human capital development, advanced manufacturing, scientific innovation, and youth empowerment. Ambassador just alluded to the fact that our continent is a very youthful continent. So we pledge and we need to make sure that our youth is empowered for this specific area of space, which is wide-ranging. Africa, therefore, cannot afford to remain on the periphery of these developments. The conference is therefore not merely an academic engagement. It is a strategic platform that allows Africa to strengthen its voice within global governance systems while simultaneously building the human capital, legal scholarship, policy capacity, and institutional frameworks necessary for the continent to participate meaningfully and competitively within the global space economy. Equally important are the growing global discussions around sustainability and responsible use of outer space. As congestion in orbit increases through satellite constellations and commercial activities, international community is increasingly confronted with challenges relating to space debris, orbital safety, equitable access of orbital resources, cybersecurity, responsible behavior in space, and the long-term sustainability of outer space activities. These matters require not only technological responses, but also strong legal frameworks, effective governance systems, international cooperation, and inclusive participation of developing countries. South Africa and the African continent, therefore, have an important role in playing and shaping these discussions. In this regard, the DTIC remains proud to support initiatives such as this conference and the Manfred Lach Space Law Moot Court competition, which we hosted jointly with SANSA during this very same week, because these initiatives contribute directly towards building the next generation of African legal experts, negotiators, regulators, policymakers, and thought leaders in the field of space governance. This year's African round of the Manfred Lux Mix competition brought together 9 university teams across the continent. Over the past 2 days, we are proud to note that Strathmore University of Kenya emerged as overall winners, whilst University of Pretoria was awarded first runner-up, whilst Great Zimbabwe, Midland State University from Zimbabwe, and Kabarak University of Kenya all scooped important awards. These achievements reflect growing strength and competitiveness and intellectual contribution of African institutions within international space law and governance. The participation of universities, researchers, students, regulators, policymakers, and industry representatives gathered here today demonstrate the growing maturity and commitment of Africa towards contributing meaningfully to global space governance and policy development. As we engage over the next 2 days, I encourage all participants to engage openly, critically, and collaboratively on the important issues before us. The future of outer space governance must be inclusive, peaceful, sustainable, developmental, and beneficial to all humanity. Africa's voice, perspectives, priorities, and developmental aspirations must therefore continue to form part of shaping that future. I wish you all fruitful engagements and successful conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Majaja. I now call Professor Andrea Harrington to deliver her welcoming remarks, representing McGill University's Institute of Air and Space Law. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much. On my behalf and that of my co-director, Professor Vincent Correa, I would like to welcome you to the Africa Space Law and Policy Conference. McGill University Institute of Air and Space Law are honored to be welcomed to travel here from Montreal, Canada, and especially on the occasion of our IASL's own 75th anniversary. Thank you to our partners, South Africa's Department of International Relations and Cooperation, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, SANSA, the South Africa National Space Agency, and of course, our host, University of Pretoria Faculty of Law. We are thankful for the trust placed in us by these partners to participate and assist in facilitating these discussions. Most importantly, I want to thank our own McGill IASL team member, Dr. Arnold Agaba, who's the chair of our African Air and Space Law Research Group. Without him, this event could not be possible. He has been building our African Air and Space Law Research Group since 2024, and I could not be more proud of what we have achieved together. I couldn't ask for a better colleague either. I will keep my remarks short so that we can get to the substantive discussion, but I just want to first of all, thank you for this opportunity to share perspectives and learn from each other. We're honored to be here and participate. I also had the honor to participate earlier this year in a side event hosted by the South African delegation at the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space Legal Subcommittee, talking about this event in particular, which emphasizes just how much weight South Africa does place on the importance of space law and policy. We're also very thankful that we were able to schedule alongside the International Institute of Space Law's Manfred Lux International Space Law Moot Court competition for the African region, which you already heard about, that took place earlier this week, enabling students and their coaches from around Africa to participate in this event and further gain opportunities and knowledge. These students are our future space leaders, and we're pleased to have them here. When I was a master's student myself, I participated in the Manfred Lux International Space Law Moot Court Competition. And in my opinion, it's the best way to learn space law in a really deep and meaningful way. I also believe the competition helps to emphasize, as an International Court of Justice moot, the centrality of public international law in space law, which of course, space law is only a small part of public international law. Thanks also for the engagement of the UN Office of Outer Space Affairs, from whom we will hear later today. In this critical time of technological change and geopolitical evolution, it is more important than ever that we continue to share, cooperate, and learn from each other in order to act with due regard for each other's interests, as is required by the Outer Space Treaty. Thank you for contributing your valuable time and attention to this event, and I look forward to engaging with you over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Harrington. I now hand over the floor to our second academic partner, Professor Diani Mango. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, our distinguished guests. Firstly, I would like to say my apologies for being late. I underestimated the time it takes from the parking lot to here. It took me about 30 minutes, so I apologize for that. I stand here on behalf of the Department of Public Law, which is the co-organizer of this conference, to give just a few remarks, maybe thank yous, but my boss, the Dean of the Faculty of Law, is the one who will do the actual welcoming. The Department of Public Law houses the International Airspace and Telecommunications Law program. It is currently the only department that offers this program that integrates air, space, and telecommunications law. So we are very lucky to collaborate with the McGill's Institute of Air and Space Law in order for us to be fully capacitated in this area, because we have my young colleagues who are actually our superstars, but who are really getting this opportunity to learn from McGill's Institute, because it is one of the oldest. So we couldn't have gone anywhere better when we had this collaboration, so we're very grateful. And this is this is the collaboration that has brought us here today. We are also grateful for DECO for opening up this space for us, for hosting us, making sure that we have this beautiful venue to hold this conference. Also grateful to the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, SANSA, and everyone who opened up their generosity to us. Of course, this would have not been possible without Dr. Agaba, who has been instrumental in the collaboration between us and the Institute of Air and Space Law. Without him, we wouldn't be here at all. I'm also grateful for Ms. Mampane and Ms. Lenting, whom I've just said they are our superstars in this niche area of law. And they are also my bosses who told me where to be today and what to do. Also grateful to Professor Givers for his generosity through the organization that he heads at VETS. So we are really grateful. We didn't think that we know you're an international law person, but we didn't think that you are a space law person. So we are very grateful to you and Carls, and of course, Professor Cornelius, who's my boss, that I'm giving this space for now to do the actual welcoming. But I hope that this conference will bring us everything that we need to learn about this area of law. Thank you.
Right. Well, another good morning from the Faculty of Law, and warm welcome to this event, and specifically also to Ambassador Mabongo. Thank you very, very much for the Department of International Relations and Cooperation for hosting this event with us, and for also giving us this space to engage with each other. To Ms. Majaja from Department of Trade and Industry, thank you very much also for joining us and for being part of this process and discussion. I think one of the things at the university that we often strive with is to break down the silos between. So having have spent 11 years in public service, understand that there's often these silos in public service as well, and it's wonderful to have different departments cooperate with us on this project. To our partners from McGill, especially Professor Harrington, and our other partners from McGill, we have an official cooperation agreement in this field. Welcome here. We hope your stay in South Africa, and specifically in Pretoria, is very fruitful, but we also value the cooperation and the opportunities that you also present to us in being part of that. My colleague, Professor Diani Mangu, who is the head of department, welcome. And then I want to really single out our two young colleagues. At the University of Pretoria, we pride ourselves that we are one of the leading faculties of law in Africa, but also globally. We normally rank close to the top 100 on a global scale. And if one thinks how many law schools there are, it's an amazing achievement for a law school from Africa to achieve that. And one of the things that the University of Pretoria has always done exceptionally well, and I think Ambassador Mabongo referred to that as well, that Africa is a continent with young people. And the Faculty of Law has always managed to attract exceptionally talented young colleagues that we can start as lecturers and that we develop and nurture to become the professors of tomorrow. And I think our two colleagues, Ms. Riabetse Mampane and Mr. Rees Lenting, are two prime examples of that. We are truly blessed as a faculty to have two colleagues of your caliber that are developing a new area of law and that will take the faculty forward in future. So I think they just need a warm hand of welcome and congratulations as well on this initiative. I think having spent most of my life in academia, I know how difficult it sometimes is to establish a new research unit in a niche field. And for two very young colleagues to be up to that and to take that process forward is an amazing achievement. I think this is a conference that is at least 20, but if not 60 years overdue. When people talk about South Africa and the strategic importance of South Africa on a global level, they often speak about the sea route and they often speak about strategic minerals that we have or other things. But the one thing that's never mentioned is the strategic importance of South Africa in the air and space industry. And I wonder how many South Africans realize that journeys to the moon and other space projects would never have materialized if it wasn't for the support of South African facilities in the process, because we are, due to our global geological location, we are in a point where there are some stages where no other terrestrial tracking stations on Earth can follow certain space flights. And we are the only ones that have that ability to contribute. And from that point of view, I think we often underestimate the significance of South Africa in the air and space industry and the role that we can play there. I think also we often underestimate also the role that air and space technology can play in developing Africa. Africa has one of the best penetrations of mobile communications technology in the world, and it's counterintuitive that a continent where we still have a lot of development to do and a lot of poverty would be so well penetrated with mobile technology. But satellite industry or satellite technology actually plays a crucial part in that. And the mobile technology is not only about facilitating communication, it actually becomes a device to allow people to access banking services where they don't have banking services, to allow them to access government services where we don't necessarily have government services. So the use of telecommunications law together with the air and space technology is actually a fundamentally empowering product that we can use to actually advance and empower the people of the African continent. And that is also why I think it's very inspiring that our center does not only look at air and space law, but actually combines the telecommunications law in that. And the three items together, I think, or the three fields together, will certainly contribute to develop the African continent and to ensure that we also play our rightful part in the geopolitical setup. As I said, I think this is way overdue. Congratulations and a big thank you to everybody involved, to the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, McGill, the Department of Trade and Industry, all our academic colleagues who are here today, who joined us from all over, not only South Africa, but from all over the world. We thank you for your support and cooperation. We look forward to the next 2 days of deliberations and what will come from this. And we wish you the best of luck. And from the University of Pretoria, we strive with our new Thrive UP 2038 policy. We have a few key elements that we look for. The people-centered approach is number one. And these technologies are there for the people to use and to empower people. Research with impact is our second priority, and certainly I think we can produce impactful research from this. We're already seeing it. Teaching with purpose, and lastly, community engagement. And by involving ourselves and partnering also with government institutions, we are also proudly engaging with the air and space community in South Africa. So best of luck and a warm welcome and a thank you from the University of Pretoria.
Thank you to all our welcoming speakers. We appreciate your time and the fact that you are able to join us in person and to share your time and insights with us. I think I just have to say something on the fact that the Dean mentioned myself and Ria Betswe by name. I think I see there's many young people in the room. I know we joined by Turco's cadet program for this year, correct? I know we have a number of master students and students also who are representing the moot court competition. And I think to the elders in the room, there's a saying that goes, I am just but a fruit from the tree from which I come from. And we can only be good fruits if the tree that we come from is greater. So we equally would like to say thank you, and I hope I can stand and represent the youth that was mentioned, to say thank you to you. We follow in your footsteps, and to the speakers and all the other senior delegates that are in attendance today. Thank you. And with that, we conclude the first half of this portion of the program. So we're going to just give a hand to our welcoming speakers as they depart. Thank you. Cognizant of time, we now move directly to the second half of this part of the program, where we have our two keynote addresses. And in the spirit of the post-COVID lifestyle, we don't just do things in person. We're quite agile, we're quite fluid. It speaks to our resilience to be able to adapt to different situations, where we are able to still deliver two keynote addresses virtually, but very much impactful. I must say, Mr. Gabai, thank you to your CEO as well, who really wanted to be here today and also sitting alongside our speakers over here. Unfortunately, due to competing commitments, he was unable to join us, but he insisted that he would make a video to welcome and deliver a keynote address, which will be one of our keynote addresses by the CEO of SANSA, Mr. Mbulani Umdao. Our second keynote is delivered by Ms. Arti Hulahamini, correct, Chairman? Who is the Director of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. Thank you.
Distinguished representatives of African governments, space agencies, universities, and the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, distinguished delegates, experts and guests, ladies and gentlemen. it is my great honor and privilege to address you today at this inaugural African Space Law and Policy Conference. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, the University of Pretoria, and the McGill University for co-hosting this important gathering, as well as for their commitment to advancing Africa's space governance and policy landscape. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to all delegates, legal experts, academics, policymakers, industry leaders, and students from across the African continent and beyond who have contributed to making this conference possible. I deeply regret that I'm unable to be physically present with you today. Nevertheless, I remain fully supportive of this important initiative and the significant work being undertaken to strengthen African capacity in the critical field of space law and governance. Ladies and gentlemen, it is particularly meaningful that this conference takes place during the Africa Month, a time where we celebrate the rich heritage, resilience, innovations, aspirations of our continent. Increasingly, Africa's future will not only be shaped in our classrooms, laboratories, boardrooms, and parliaments, but also through our growing participation in the global space economy. Today, Africa stands at the threshold of a new era in which space science, technology, innovation, policy, and law will become essential instruments for sustainable development, economic growth, and strategic autonomy. Space capabilities are no longer optional strategic assets reserved for a few nations. They are essential enablers of disaster management, food security, climate monitoring, border management, digital inclusion, environmental sustainability, scientific advancement, and evidence-based governance. Ladies and gentlemen, for development-focused nations, particularly across Africa, space activities are becoming an indispensable component of national planning and socio-economic transformation. The African Union Agenda 2063 articulates the continent's aspiration for a united, prosperous, and integrated Africa. Achieving this vision will depend significantly on our collective ability to develop, govern, and responsibly utilize space technologies and activities for the benefit of our people. Ladies and gentlemen, in this regard, the formation and implementation of the African Outer Space Program remains a critical continental priority. However, the success of such an ambitious program will depend not only on scientific and technological capability, but equally on the strength of our legal, regulatory, and institutional framework. Strong legal and policy frameworks are not barriers to innovation. Rather, they are the enablers of responsible innovation. They create certainty for governments, investors, researchers, entrepreneurs, and international partners. They provide the governance architecture necessary to ensure that space activities are conducted responsibly, sustainably, and in accordance with the international law. Ladies and gentlemen, the development of a comprehensive African legal frameworks and governance mechanisms will therefore be essential to regulate space activities, guide commercial participation, strengthen international cooperation, clarify liability and responsibility, and promote the peaceful and sustainable use of outer space. At the same time, institutions must continue to be strengthened to oversee program management, coordinate collaborations among member states, support research and innovation, and build human capital across Africa's growing space sector. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most important lessons emerging from the global space sector is that no country can succeed in isolation. Collaboration is not optional. it is essential. Africa's space ambitions will only be realized through deeper continental cooperation, shared expertise, coordinated policy development, joint research initiatives, and partnerships between governments, academia, industry, and civil society. The challenges we seek to address, whether it's climate resilience, disaster risk reduction, connectivity, agricultural productivity, or environmental sustainability, transcend national borders. Our responses must therefore also transcend borders. This conference represents an important step towards building a stronger Pan-African ecosystem for dialogue, cooperation, and collective problem solving in space law and governance. By creating platforms for engagement such as this one, Africa is laying the foundation for a more coordinated and integrated approach to space policy development across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, African countries are already making significant advances in space sector. Many now operate national space programs, develop satellites, invest in research and innovation, and participate actively in international space governance discussions. As this momentum continues to grow, African governments must continue developing national space policies and legislative frameworks that support responsible space activities, enable commercial participation, attract investment, clarify liability, and strengthen alignment with international space treaties and norms. Ladies and gentlemen, this includes important international instruments such as the Outer Space Treaty, the Liability Convention, and other related frameworks that promote the peaceful use of outer space and responsible state conduct. As the South African National Space Agency, we remain committed to supporting continental cooperation, human capital development, research partnerships, and the responsible use of space technologies for the advancement of Africa. We believe Africa's space future must be collaborative, inclusive, development-oriented, and firmly grounded in the collective aspirations of our continent. Ladies and gentlemen, what this conference demonstrates is that Africa's future in space will not only be shaped in orbit, but also in legislation, policy, governance institutions, universities, laboratories, and conference halls such as this one. The foundations we establish today through law, policy, cooperation, and capacity development will determine the trajectory of Africa's space ambitions for generations to come. Africa must not merely participate in global space economy. Africa must help shape its future. The future does not simply happen to us. It is built through the choices and the partnerships we forge today. Let us therefore continue building boldly, collaboratively, and with a shared commitment to ensuring that space serves the people and development aspirations of Africa. I thank you.
Honourable Minister, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues and friends, Sanibonani, Dumela, Molweni, and good morning to you all. It's an honour for me, on behalf of UNUSA, the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, to open this Africa Space Law and Policy Conference in Pretoria. My thanks to the Government of South Africa, to DIRCO, to DTIC, and SANZA for hosting us, and to the University of Pretoria and the Institute of Air and Space Law at McGill University for organising this event with such ambition. I'm sorry I'm not with you in person, but there is real significance in the fact that you are gathered here on the African continent to discuss the future of space law and policy for Africa. For too long, conversations about Africa's place in space have happened elsewhere. Today, they're happening here in South Africa, driven and shaped by African voices, African institutions, and African priorities. That is exactly as it should be. Africa is no longer an emerging player in space. It has arrived. The continental space economy has already exceeded $24 billion, outperforming earlier forecasts by more than $2 billion. Over 120 African satellites are projected to be launched by 2030. The African Space Agency is now operational in Cairo. National space programs are maturing across the continent. New launches, new missions, new space agencies, and new ambitions are emerging at a pace that only a few years ago would have seemed unthinkable. But scale alone does not deliver value. Without strong legal and policy frameworks, growth becomes fragile, investment slows, and countries risk being shaped by the global space system rather than helping to shape it. This is why the work you are doing here matters. Space law is not a bureaucratic formality. It is the foundation on which a sustainable, competitive, and sovereign African space sector will be built. Let me show you briefly how UNUSA approaches this work. Our role is not to lead. Africa's space leaders are already in the room. Our role is to walk alongside you, to make sure that the substantive, technical, and legal advisory support of the United Nations is available where and when it is needed, and that it keeps pace with the extraordinary momentum that African member states are driving. And the demand is real. Today, UNUSA is responding to more than 60 active requests from member states around the world for space law and policy technical advisory missions. 22 of those are coming from the African continent alone. This is the largest regional concentration of demand we currently hold, and we are determined to meet it. Allow me to tell you what UNUSA is doing across the African region this year. First, this conference itself. UNUSA is proud to support the Africa Space Law and Policy Conference here in Pretoria as a flagship moment in our regional engagement. Secondly, country-level technical advisory missions. Building on the impact of the mission that we delivered to Ghana in June 2025, where within just 2 weeks of our visit, the Cabinet Office agreed to proceed with drafting a national space law, we are continuing tailored whole-of-government engagement across the continent. In each case, we bring ministries, regulators, agencies, academics, and industry to the same table to design frameworks that are safe, predictable, and investment ready. Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly for this region, is the Regional Space Law Technical Advisory Mission for Africa that we will convene in Malindi, Kenya in the week of 9th November 2026. With the support of the Government of Italy and the Italian Space Agency, we will bring up to 20 African countries together for an intensive regional engagement on space law, policy, and the operationalization of international obligations at national level. And finally, our growing focus on space sustainability, translating the long-term sustainability guidelines, the work of the expert group on space situational awareness, and the emerging norms around space traffic coordination into something that African operators, regulators, and licensing authorities can actually use. This is the core mission of our newly established space sustainability section within UNUSA. But I want to be honest with you. This is not enough. The scale of Africa's ambition in space, the diversity of its actors, the speed at which the orbital environment is changing, all of this demands much more than what we are doing today. UNUSA has a responsibility to expand its engagement with this continent, and we intend to do exactly that. The Malindi Regional Mission in November is an important step, but it's not the destination. It is the beginning of a more sustained and more ambitious regional partnership with Africa. And so today, I would like to share with you a commitment that we are making. In 2027, UNUSA aims to convene a dedicated regional event for Africa focused specifically on space sustainability. This will complement our work on national space law and bring African states to the center of the global conversation on space safety, space traffic coordination, debris mitigation and remediation, and the long-term preservation of the orbital environment. The orbital environment is shared. The risks are shared. The voice of Africa must be in the room, not on the margins, when those rules are shaped. We're also working hard so that in 2027, COPUOS might convene the 4th United Nations Conference on the Exploration and Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, so-called Unispace 4. Past Unispace conferences reshaped global space governance, and Unispace 4 must do no less. Africa's participation in shaping that agenda is essential. 60 years after the Outer Space Treaty, the world is far more complex than it was in 1967. The rules we now build must reflect the diversity of actors, the realities of orbits today, and the legitimate ambitions of every state, including those whose space stories are only just beginning. Let me close where I began. Africa is not a passenger in the global space system. Africa is a partner, a contributor, and increasingly a leader. The conversations that will take place in this room over the next 2 days on space governance, on national legislation, on space security, on the space economy, on space sustainability, are exactly the conversations that need to be happening right now. On behalf of UNUSA, I want to thank our hosts and our partners once again, and to assure you that the United Nations stands firmly with Africa on this journey. We have a great deal of work to do. I wish you a productive conference, and I thank you for having had me with you.
Thank you very much to both our keynote speakers. Thank you to our welcome remarks presenters as well. With the welcoming addresses and keynotes completed, we now move to our substantive discussions, deliberations regarding the theme at hand. Our first panel, titled International Updates, will be moderated by Professor Christopher Givers, who is the Director of Center for Applied Legal Studies located at the University of the Witwatersrand. I'd also just like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Givers, who has also given resource donation to ensure that this conference takes place and that, of course, guests are adequately fed, adequately hydrated, and wherever necessary, we were able to then use those resources just to facilitate the efficiency of this conference. So thank you to Professor Givers. I now hand over the floor to Professor Givers, who will be our first moderator for panel number 1, titled International Updates. Thank you, Professor.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the organizers and to everyone who's made this event possible. As my colleague said, all protocol observed, just for Jamien's sake. It's wonderful to be here, to be having this conversation. As disclosed, so my name is Christopher. I am the Director of the Center for Applied Legal Studies at the University of the Witwatersrand, and I'm an international lawyer who thinks about the past and the present in the context of international law. So CELS is a research organization and a public interest law organization based at WITS. We were founded in 1978. We work in human rights and international law. We were founded to oppose apartheid through strategic litigation and advocacy and research. And I've been asked a couple of times by colleagues, what does space have to do with social justice and human rights, right? And particularly, why now? So someone said to me, I think yesterday, surely there's more pressing problems here on Earth, right? Why are we thinking about space in this moment? So I wanted to take a few moments to say why we think this is important for the work of CELS, but also for those who are interested in international law and human rights at this particular moment. I will say my discomfort was slightly increased by Prof. Danny Mango asking why I was here. So I feel like I have to make a case for why I'm not an interloper. So let me say a couple of things. So the first is that my case was helped by the announcement this week by the United States that they've started sourcing the materials for their first semi-permanent lunar base. And they're doing that along with some of the most powerful corporate actors in the world, setting in motion the next phase of the colonization of the moon and thereafter outer space. Right? So as an international lawyer, when I hear about such things, I turn to history. And I went back and read the drafting of the Moon Treaty. And I know I'm always recommending that people go back and read the drafting of a treaty. It's not a very exciting recommendation, but I can tell you it's short. And what I discovered when I read those negotiations that took place in the 60s and the 70s around the Moon Treaty and the Outer Space Treaty, they brought to us a reminder and a warning I want to put on the table that discussions on this continent about the governance and use of space must be shaped as much by lessons of the past as they are by aspirations for the future. Right, so if you go back and read those debates around the Moon Treaty, you'll see that African states and their allies in the Global South explicitly connected their efforts to prevent the colonization of the Moon by the West to the unfinished business of colonization and decolonization back on Earth, insisting that not only must space be peacefully used, but that space and its resources, much like the deep seabed, were the common heritage of mankind, that the benefits and resources of space must be equitably shared, that the governance of space and celestial bodies must take place under international law and on an equitable basis, with a key role to be played by African states. So these debates in the 1970s around decolonizing international law were framed by the Global South within the context of a project to create a new international economic order, which included demands for economic self-determination, permanent sovereignty over natural resources, and the need to regulate powerful multinational corporations. So I think, as you'll see, those demands remain as urgent both on Earth and in space today as they ever did, particularly in the context of the African Union's declaration of a decade of reparations. And as we see, as Western states and corporations have entered into an unholy alliance to colonize the heavens, just as they colonized the Earth on this continent 4 centuries ago, beginning in South Africa, in fact, by the colonization of the Cape by a corporation. And I want to center those conversations about how we learn from those past lessons as we have this conversation about the governance of the future and the governance of space and what's beyond. So there could be no more urgent time to have this conversation, and also no more important place to have it than on the continent. And I want us to start from that premise. And I'm very pleased to say I have just about the perfect panel to kick this conversation off as well. So I'm joined in person and online by Prof. Andrea Harrington, who's the co-director of the Institute of Air and Space Law. Sorry, I had an acronym. Given it's NASA, I thought acronyms were okay, but let me give you the full title. So, and Ms. Rosanna Hoffman, who's the legal officer at the United Nations Office for Outer Space, who's joining online, and then Ms. Margaret Machepa, who's the principal legal officer of the African Union Commission. And so we have in the room, as you would have seen from the initial program, we were going to have someone from the South African Space Council as well, who was going to join us, who unfortunately can't because of a bereavement. But we have in the room all the actors that are thinking about this at both the national level, at the continental level, at the international level, at the UN, and both from practice and academia. So we have an excellent group of people to give us an update of where we are when it comes to the governance of space at the present moment, what I've described in my initial conversation with them as a conversation that aims to set the scene, right? So where are we in the international governance of space, domestically, at the continental level, and internationally? What are our pressing concerns, and what do we need to be thinking and talking about? So I want to begin the discussion by asking Prof. Harrington, if she doesn't mind, to set the scene at the global level as to where we are in terms of the governance of space at the present moment. And thereafter, I'll turn to our colleague from the AU to set out the continental position. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, and thank you and welcome everyone this morning. So I'll start out by setting the scene at the United Nations level. So there are 2 primary places within the UN that space gets discussed. That would be Geneva and Vienna. And personally, I think this bifurcation of space discussions really is a bit problematic, but it dates back to the Cold War. So Vienna, which houses the UN Office of Outer Space Affairs, which I'm sure we're going to hear more about in a few minutes, and that's where the UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space meets. And then the security issues for space are typically addressed in Geneva instead. So we have 2 different groups of people, and often it's different delegates from different countries who are representing these kind of 2 sides of the space coin. I mentioned I think that's a bit problematic from my personal perspective, because there really is no effective way to separate the security aspects of space from the civil and commercial aspects of space, given both the way the space sector has developed and the orbital mechanics that we have to deal with from a physics perspective. So there are two major efforts kind of going on right now, or two, and those two major tracks going on. In Geneva, there's the open-ended working group on prevention of an arms race in outer space. The first meeting last year met with challenges due to disagreements among some of the states who are participating. So that first meeting, the public portion ended with no agreed agenda and no formal program of work, which is something that unfortunately sometimes happens at the international level when we're talking about space. And there were disagreements on a number of fronts. So in particular, the inclusion of norms of behavior in the discussion. So the concept of norms of behavior for responsible use of space and responsible behavior in space has been a discussion and a talking point since a resolution that was introduced by the UK and Japan in 2020. And it causes a little bit of controversy because, of course, we're talking about non-binding norms of behavior. And part of the disagreement and discussion is to whether the approach to dealing with these issues should be in one comprehensive track that addresses both legally binding mechanisms and normative mechanisms, or whether those two tracks should be separated. And there's also some disagreement among states about the participation of non-governmental and civil society organizations. So there is a robust history of participation in space discussions by non-governmental and civil society organizations that bring different expertise and different perspectives and share those views in a non-voting way, certainly at the United Nations. And some states are not interested in continuing to allow some of those organizations or all of those organizations to participate in that discussion. So that's another of the issues that's slowing down and preventing agreement there. Things have moved forward a little bit more smoothly within UN COPUOS and its two subcommittees, the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee and the Legal Subcommittee. There are a number of different working groups there, but I want to highlight a few of them in particular that I think are relevant to discussions going on now and activities that are moving forward now. So the Nuclear Power Sources in Space Working Group, I think most of you have probably seen in the media that there are a number of different initiatives looking toward increased use of nuclear power sources, particularly in a lunar context in space. Use of nuclear reactors in particular on the lunar surface is a topic which has been in the media and which there is some controversy over, particularly given that those materials need to be launched and reach the moon in the first place. Of course, the long-term sustainability of outer space activities has continued to be an item of importance on the agenda after the conclusion of the long-term sustainability guidelines, which have been in effect now for several years. We also have the space debris mitigation guidelines, but unfortunately, they have not necessarily kept up with time. So even though there has been very strong adherence to those guidelines by states, and many states have implemented those debris mitigation guidelines in their domestic law policy and regulations, those guidelines predate the constellations that include thousands of satellites, which we see now being launched and being proposed going forward, which certainly complicates the low Earth orbit debris situation. So that's an ongoing discussion. The working group on space resource activities has also been very active and has been seen as something quite important in this field, given that at this point now 6 states have passed national legislation that enables commercial space resource utilization. So the first was, of course, the United States in 2015, which was signed into law by President Obama. And I had the privilege of being at Legal Subcommittee for UN COPUOS in 2016, which followed the signing of that law to really see the discussion kick off now that states were really pressing to move forward on space resource discussions and space resource commercialization. Of course, since then, we've had Luxembourg, UAE, Japan, Brazil, and Italy have joined that club that have national legislation that addresses space resource commercialization, including enabling it. So I'm always curious, seeing that we've got one on every other continent and now two in Europe. I'm always curious to see who will be the first African country to join that list, as there's one on every other continent. That's something to look for in the future. And the Action Team on Lunar Activities Consultation is the last group that I'm going to mention. There are, as I've already discussed, a number of different lunar initiatives moving forward. Another area of concern in regard to those lunar initiatives and the plans for using the moon surface is the fact that we're seeing a little bit of fragmentation in different groups or blocks planning these space activities. So, of course, led by the United States, the Artemis program, which is represented, I would say, in terms of the international perspective at the moment by the Artemis Accords, which many states have signed on to. And those accords are the US interpretation and application of the Outer Space Treaty to activities on the lunar surface. And then there is also the Chinese and Russian-led International Lunar Research Station, ILRS. They have not, at least publicly, released a similar set of principles like the Artemis Accords, but there are open questions as to whether the guiding principles for that group of states operating on the moon will be either in alignment with the Artemis Accords or whether it could lead to the fragmentation of space law and norms of behavior for space going forward, and in particular, the interpretation of the Outer Space Treaty and how it's applied on the moon. To conclude my opening comments, I want to mention a project that we're working on at the McGill Institute of Air and Space Law regarding the interpretation of the Outer Space Treaty. So the Outer Space Treaty is equally authentic in English, French, Spanish, Russian, and Chinese. And there has been no comprehensive study of any two of those compared to each other, never mind all five. So we are undertaking a project to do that in detail and see where the differences might lie and where the similarities and clear interpretations do exist, in the hopes that maybe that can help push forward the discussion at the international level, which has stalled. The prospect for new legally binding treaties at the international level, at least at the UN multilateral level in space, it seems quite low at the moment. There's not a lot of political will, even though a number of states really would prefer a binding instrument. The political will doesn't really exist among the countries needed to participate at the international level for success. And I think we've seen that that's been the case since the Moon Agreement came into effect in the 1980s. And so we've been in that kind of holding pattern, but there is movement on non-binding agreements and norms of behavior going forward with some of the roadblocks that I mentioned earlier. And I'm looking forward to continuing the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. As an international lawyer, I always get excited when someone says new internationally legally binding treaty. So let's put a pin in that. I can come back to it. Can I hand over to Margaret Machepa from the African Union to give us a sense of the state of play at the continental level?
Thank you, Professor Givers. I am from the Office of the Legal Counsel, based in Addis Ababa in African Union Commission. So the role of the Office of the Legal Counsel, basically, when we establish institutions or agencies or organs of the African Union, is what we call institutional support. This is where we build up legal instrument that establishes bodies, as well as the build-up of treaties and coordination of their negotiations. So with regard to the African Union's vision for outer space as articulated in the African Union African Space Policy and Strategy, that is known as African Space Strategy. The vision is to use space science, technology, and applications as tools for Africa's social, economic development, integration, security, and global competitiveness. This is where, as the vision, when you break it down from the African Union perspective, is basically a very somehow a mood phrase what we call space sovereignty, because it is highly discussed. The question is always as to how do you reach space sovereignty that the African Union would like to achieve when space has got no territories, has got no jurisdictions, but African Union wants to have autonomy and stand out globally and have one voice when it comes to space activities and harmonize policies. It also wishes to have space equipment, satellites, collect its data independently without depending on external factors or external partners. It also would like to fund its private sector in space activities independently. That is what is space sovereignty in the context of African Union. The strategy presents outer space not as a prestige project, but as a practical enabler for development across the continent. And the core vision of the strategy is to achieve an integrated, prosperous, peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena through the effective use of space science and technology. Here, the key is to achieve data integrity that is collected through space science and technologies and independently with transparency and other peer review mechanisms that African Union intends to employ. This aligns directly with African Union Agenda 2063, the AU's long-term blueprint for continental transformation. The African Union envisions Africa becoming a coordinated and capable space actor, less dependent on foreign space infrastructure, able to generate and use its own satellite data and services, and an influential participant in global space governance. The main ambitions of the space strategy is to use space to drive development in areas such as agriculture and food security, for climate change monitoring and environmental monitoring, public health, for diseases surveillance. The African Union has Africa CDC for Center for Diseases, and we have infrastructure and connectivity where the AU aims to expand broadband access, telecommunications, navigation systems, and digital inclusion using satellite infrastructure. This is aimed to be achieved through the Africa Space Agency that has been established and is set up its headquarters in Cairo, Egypt. It is further to, I have already touched on space sovereignty and independence. And also in this area, one of the highlighted areas is equal access to information. The intention here is to make sure that there is equal access to different communities that comes from Africa, even the less advantaged communities, to have access to information and data. Is to create coordinated continental space program. This is already ongoing, although it is mainly partner driven, because there is already an SPP agreement between African Union and European Union. There is already a space program where there are different harmonized projects that are being coordinated by the African Union and the European Union. The ambition later contributed to establishment of the African Space Agency, as I have mentioned, and it was already enshrined in this arrangement between European Union and African Union. It is further to strengthen peace, security, and governance. The AU also views space as strategically important for border monitoring, maritime surveillance, anti-piracy efforts, conflict prevention, and peacekeeping support. The strategy links space capabilities to human security, environmental security, and regional stability. At the same time, it supports the peaceful use of outer space in accordance with international law. It is further to expand African participation in global space governance, as mentioned, to have one voice, one African voice when it comes to international arena in the area of space, as to develop human capital and research capital. There are also initiatives on scholarships that are being currently funded through the partnership of the African Union and European Union. There is further what had been in the pipeline for a while through our Pan-African University program, where there was or there is an intended space science faculty to be established through different institutions in Africa. The Pan-African Parliament, the Pan-African institution or university is currently based in Yaoundé, Cameroon, and Algeria. However, there had been long ongoing negotiations with South Africa through different institutions to establish the same faculty of space science within this already existing institutions, tertiary institutions within South Africa. The hope is that that will be completed soon. This is also to encourage commercial space growth. The strategy also envisions growth of African space industries, public-private partnerships, commercialization of satellite services, and investment in innovation systems. The AU sees the space economy as a future of source of jobs, industrialization, technological advancement, and competitiveness. Now, the governance principles in this strategy is peaceful use of the outer space. It is where the strategy supports outer space as a peaceful domain governed by international law. It is cooperation and solidarity, where African states are encouraged to share infrastructure, expertise, and resources. It is further for equitable access. The AU emphasizes fair access to satellite data, orbital slots, communications frequencies, and space-derived benefits. Moreover, it is for sustainable development, where space activities are framed as instruments for sustainable and inclusive growth. Eventually, African Union wishes to see African ownership, where the strategy repeatedly stresses African controls over priorities, infrastructure, and data. The overall strategic goal, in essence, is of the African Union's ambition is to transform space from luxury sector into foundational developmental and strategic capability for Africa. The strategy aims to position Africa as technologically capable, strategically autonomous, economically competitive, and politically influential in global space affairs. Rather than focusing primarily on prestige exploration missions, the African approach is largely development-oriented and tied to practical continental needs. This is all from the African space strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Machepa. As an academic, I'm always excited to hear about more research funding and new universities, so we'll put a pin in that as well and come back to that. Can I ask to fill out our opening remarks of Ms. Rosanna Hoffman, who's joining us online from the Office of Outer Space Affairs at the United Nations, to give us her view of the role of governance in outer space at the particular moment and what's pressing in that respect, and in particular, the new Space Actors Project. Thanks, Rosanna.
Thank you so much, Professor, and of course I'm very excited to speak alongside such esteemed experts. It's lovely to see you, and I am very sorry about not being with you in person. I really wish I was, especially as I grew up in South Africa until I was 12, so it would have been nice to come home. But yes, it's busy times. And Corpus, which was mentioned by Andrea quite a lot, is just around the corner. So it's very, very busy times. Yes, thank you so much for inviting UNOSA. And I know that you've had and heard the opening words by our director, Arti Holamaini. I'm happy to take over a bit more on the legal and policy side as I lead all of the space law and policy related matters at the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. And I'm also the secretary of two of the mechanisms that Andrea already pointed out, especially in regards to one that I would say are right now the most active. On the one hand, the working group on the legal aspects of space resource activities, and a newly established expert group on space situational awareness. Now that sounds very vague, but to concretize it, it's working on coming up with a global mechanism, and I do think that this would be quite relevant to the participants in the room, a global mechanism on space traffic coordination, and already now in June is hoping to find agreement on the first steps in that regard. But I'm happy to answer more if there are specific questions on those things. But I was told 5 minutes, so I'll try to keep it to 5 minutes, and I won't delve into too much of the work of Corpus, especially as Andrea covered a lot of it already. But maybe just one point, as it often gets mixed up. What is Corpus? What is UNOSA? So Corpus is the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space that currently has 110 member states, of which around, I think the latest number is around 25 states are from the African region, and especially looking at the growing membership number just of last year, where 6 new member states joined the committee, of which 3 alone were from the African region. We do see that there's a growing number of participation and interest in the discussions happening here in Vienna, where I'm actually sitting right now. And it's a very sunny and a nice day outside. And so that's the committee that exists since as a permanent committee since 1959, and is the birthplace of the 5 United Nations treaties that I'm sure you've heard of, at least the Outer Space Treaty, the foundational basis for everything we're discussing, and the subsequent guidelines, principles, and other mechanisms that have been established since then and are being discussed right now. And the office, however, the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, is the sole UN office purely dedicated to space matters, to the peaceful uses of outer space, and does 3 things. It's the secretariat to the committee, to Corpus. So it's a UN office that acts as the secretariat to the committee. So it helps states negotiate and find agreement on these very pressing matters. It's something called a capacity builder. So this is where the Space Law for New Space Actors project, which is now called Global Space Law Project, comes in. So helping states draft their national space law, draft their space policy, implement their regulation, establish their space agency, help with disaster management, et cetera, et cetera. So a capacity builder and a treaty implementer. So on the one hand, we maintain the UN Register for Space Objects, which you might have heard of. We also maintain the register for all objects re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. We maintain the register for all objects found in territories, and this does affect especially the African region considerably in the recent years. So that is the treaty implementation aspect of the work we do. So that's the UN office. And again, very happy to I can speak about this for hours. If Arnold's in the room, he knows this, but I promised I'd keep it short. And I was asked about the Global Space Law Project. So this is one of the capacity building lines of work that we do. It's about as I said, helping states with national space law and policy. It's all about implementation. And Andrea said something quite important, I believe, especially in regards to the space debris mitigation guidelines. Although, of course, I'm a bit more optimistic when it comes to all of these things. When it says that a lot of this seems to be starting to be maybe a bit outdated. You know, it's great that this was discussed and agreed in 2007, but thankfully we have the long-term sustainability guidelines from 2019. But these are not binding treaties, and even binding treaties are applicable to states and to some degree international intergovernmental organizations, but they're not automatically applicable to industry, to SpaceX, right? And that's where we need national space law. That's where we need national policy. That's where we need national regulation. And COPOS has mandated the office, has requested the office, UNOSA, to help states in this regard. So what we do is help states draft their national space law and policy. And we've done that now with 30, they're called technical advisory missions since 2019. And we have currently got 60 requests from countries to do this type of work, a lot of them from the African region. We've been working a lot with Morocco, with Kenya, with Ghana, and we hope to work with many more. And it's really about doing several things. On the one hand, as I said, implementing your binding obligations that will help you, that will attract investment, give legal clarity to industry, to academia, but also go a step further. It's really important now to look at the sustainable use of outer space to ensure that our activities that we benefit from today can be conducted in a few years' time as well. We know the danger of the growing number of debris. We know the danger of not, for example, having any space traffic coordination in place. So that is where we call on states to also implement the non-binding instruments that are being discussed and endorsed and adopted by the committee and then subsequently by the General Assembly in New York. The space debris mitigation guidelines, the long-term sustainability guidelines, and very soon, hopefully next year, for example, principles on the legal aspects of space resource activities. So this is really the move from what's happening at COPOS and discussions on an international level to how do I implement this nationally and how do I apply this as a governmental operator, but also how do my non-governmental operators apply this. That was a very broad overview of the work we do, and very, very happy to answer a lot of questions in this regard. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rosanna, for joining us on a rare sunny day in Europe. And just to say, if you come back home, there's lots of sunny days. So I'm going to just ask a follow-up round of questions. Now that we've set up the structure, I want each one of the panelists, if they will, to give us a sense of what they understand to be the pressing challenges and opportunities, one of each perhaps, in relation to space government. And can I start again with Prof. Harrington, please?
Thank you very much. I'm happy to start. And since this is a space law and policy conference, I'm going to focus on legal challenges and opportunities rather than operational or technological challenges and opportunities, although there are a plethora of those that we talk about very frequently. So we have a very strong framework that exists in our legally binding instruments, particularly from the UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. The Outer Space Treaty has been mentioned several times now as really the foundational document of international space law that sets that baseline upon which the rest of international space law has grown and evolved, and sets that baseline for behavior in space. So my challenge and opportunity are both going to be pulled from different parts of this treaty. So first, in terms of a challenge, Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty sets forth that states have international responsibility for their actors in space, including non-governmental, including private actors, and ensuring their compliance with international law, including space law, but not just space law, international law in general. And along with that obligation comes a requirement to both authorize and supervise any non-governmental actors from your state in outer space and in their space activities. So there are two challenges that come from this article. One is that while I see states that have taken on creating space laws have pretty effective measures, I think, largely for authorization of space activities. There's a lot of pretty comprehensive documentation of how states authorize space activities in the first place from their private actors. But there is less clarity around how states provide that continuing supervision element, which is also a requirement. It does not specify in the treaty how one must conduct continuing supervision, merely that it must be continuing. So it needs to be ongoing. And it may be that states have some very effective mechanisms that are just not transparently available necessarily to others to see how those continuing requirements are engaged. But I think further discussion about the continuing supervision piece is going to be really important as we see an increase in the number of actors in space. And with regard to that Article 6 challenge, we're also seeing renewed debate and discussion about the basis of Article 6 itself. So among legal experts from the time of the Outer Space Treaty coming into force, we've seen pretty good consensus about what that responsibility for that international responsibility for non-state actors entails in space. And that's that if there is a breach of an international obligation by a private actor, non-state actor, then the state of that actor, for which it is their national activity, takes responsibility for that as if it were the action of the state. So it's a specialized attribution rule, such that states will be directly responsible for the actions of their private entities insofar as adherence to international obligations and preservation of rights and obligations under international law are concerned. There are some challengers coming forward, I would say, arguing that, no, this really isn't a true direct responsibility application. That's not what this was meant to be. That's not what it should be. And they're arguing that instead, it's more of a requirement for due diligence, for states to express due diligence over their national actors. And while there is a due diligence obligation, I won't go too deeply into how that applies. I think that there is a significant risk in eroding the national responsibility for these activities and compliance with international law, both from a geopolitical perspective, but also from a physics perspective, because of orbital velocities, the way things move in space, the risks of non-compliance are so much higher in terms of the long-term damage that could be sustained if these legal principles are not adhered to. And so making sure that states have the appropriate incentive to actually follow up and make sure that their national actors are complying, I think is critically important. And so for me, in terms of the challenge, would be encouraging states to engage this discussion and to embrace the state responsibility for the private actors, even though that's more of a burden on each individual state, because that is the mechanism that is going to preserve the long-term use of space for all states. In terms of an opportunity, or do you want me to stop with the challenge? In terms of an opportunity, I mentioned in my welcoming remarks at the beginning due regard, the due regard principle. So in Article 9 of the Outer Space Treaty, there's an obligation that says states have to act with due regard to the corresponding interests of other states. So there's this balancing test built into the Outer Space Treaty that is the balancing of your Article 1 right of freedom of access and use of outer space, where that is moderated by a requirement to act with due regard for other states' corresponding interests. This has not been invoked in clear terms as frequently or as intensely as I think it could be by states. This is an already legally binding tool that's already in the toolbox of states. And I think the greater use of that tool in terms of establishing what behaviors are being carried out to act with due regard, if they see behaviors that they feel are acting with disregard, to call that out, and to use the due regard principle as a way of also setting out the interests of the state, because that corresponding interest piece is really important. If states are not clear about what their interests are, then they can't rightly expect that other states are going to be able to, in good faith, act with due regard for those interests. So setting out clearly what the interests and priorities are of your state is a mechanism along the way to help ensure not only that those activities are respected, but to help ensure the continuing relevance and continuing weight of international law and this quite flexible and helpful international legal rule that exists in the Outer Space Treaty. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandra. That's really interesting. I'm once again struck by parallels to what's happening on Earth, because you'll know, I'm sure, that there's a debate around the binding treaty, legally binding treaty for corporations on Earth, co-sponsored by South Africa, that's ongoing. And there too, the debate is between whether due diligence is enough or whether you need something stronger. So I think it's a really interesting set of parallel conversations that might be happening. Margaret, can I ask you to outline a strength and an opportunity, or a challenge and an opportunity, sorry?
Well, I'll highlight the challenges that we can foresee in perhaps implementing the strategy, the AU space strategy. There is the idea of political will, and it is always the challenge in most instances where we talk about it, but it needs to be unpacked because there are a lot of role players in space. And political will is driven by experts who know very well the work. It's driven by data integrity. It's driven by stakeholder engagement up to the grassroots level. Therefore, these are the opportunities, because I know that at the continental level, we always overemphasize the political will as the main challenge in terms of harmonized policies, and where we need regional cooperation in terms of creating our own space in space agenda. And of course, there would be a need for this movement, for there to eventually be a treaty that is set up at the African level to establish this common African voice. Therefore, the challenges revolve around the willingness, the political will, but if the understanding is such that the greater knowledge and the expertise that are involved to do all the due diligence that needs to be done are the driving force of what we call political will, then perhaps we will get somewhere. And also we have the challenge in terms of this vision, this huge vision of the autonomy or independence, the yearning for this sovereignty. It comes with a price. And obviously, African Union member states will have to independently finance space activities and space agenda. And it's a matter of finding a perfect financial model for that. At the continental level, generally, even to fund the main activities of the union, it is still a challenge. There's still a battle in terms of the skills of assessment, in making sure that there is independence and autonomy in financing the union's activities. That is the major challenge. However, there is an opportunity for private sector to partner with African Union in activities of space, in ensuring that from different member states, there is a coherent approach towards finding a better financial model to fund space activities.
Thanks, Mark. So that's two treaties I have to look forward to, one at the international level, one at the African level. But thank you. I think really thoughtfully put that the question is not just political will, but technical resources. And I think that's why we're here today. So thank you very much. Rosanna.
Yes, thanks. I couldn't agree more, by the way, with both of those challenges and opportunities. And I'm happy to address maybe a bit the elephant in the room when it comes to challenges. And that's the notion of equitable access and benefit sharing. Because that is one of the main points of discussion right now at the UN, and especially driven by the Global South, as it should be. So what does it actually mean, and what are the opportunities in this regard? Because it is a challenge, yes, but I think it's a challenge that can be overcome, and especially if the African region really speaks with one voice when it comes to settings such as Corpus. So let me also start with an article. So Article 1, and again, we go back to the foundational treaty, the Outer Space Treaty, is rather unambiguous when it comes to something right at the beginning of freedom, if you so will, the freedom to explore outer space and to use outer space, but it says that it should be carried out for the benefit and interest of all countries, and that space is the province of all mankind, or now we change that wording to humankind. But the problem here is that you have this principle, if you so will, this principle of equitable access and broader principle of benefit sharing, but it hasn't been operationalized to date, not in detail. So especially when it comes to orbital slots, spectrum, which of course the ITU, the International Telecommunication Union, deals with, but when it comes to lunar surface coordination or the legal aspects of space resource activities or even data, that is what's currently being shaped at the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. And where I see a bit of a challenge, and not one that's not to be overcome, but a challenge, especially in regards to, for example, space resources, is that you see a handful of states, the US, the UAE, Luxembourg, Japan, who have in their national laws interpreted Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty when it comes to non-appropriation and thereby allowing ownership for space resources. And the risk is that this might become potentially, I'm not saying this is the UN position, but the risk is there that these types of unilateral national approaches could, for example, become customary international law. We are here at a legal conference, after all, without really having the input of the global community. So where do I see now the opportunity? Well, I do see an opportunity, and that is looking into the mechanisms that are currently being discussed and ensuring that everyone really participates in those discussions. As I said, there is a working group discussing the legal aspects of space resource activities, and it has now one more year to agree on principles. This will not be a treaty, so don't get too excited. But that doesn't mean it doesn't have immense legal effect. Even resolutions, as we very well know, have strong legal effect, and when implemented nationally, they become binding. So these draft principles are being discussed, and it is so important, and this is my call to you, to the room, please participate in these discussions. Make sure that your governments that are Corpus member states participate in these discussions, make sure that your voice is heard, and ensure that discussions around equitable access and benefit sharing, which are two of the most discussed points within the principles, are discussed in a way that that will benefit your future activities as well. So I don't think it's a question that we should avoid. I think it's one that we should address. And I think it's probably one of the bigger challenges that we'll have to overcome. But as I said, I do think it's one that we can overcome.
Thank you very much, Rosanna. So absolutely, and I think that's important to bear that in mind, and also the lessons we've learned from the seabed, from the Arctic Treaty. There's various examples of a similar process that's played out. So I'm going to open up the floor to questions at this point, and if there's questions online, I can take a few of those as well, so we can have some more participation. Can I ask anyone who wants to ask a question to raise their hand? And if you're at the back, if you can come forward to a mic if possible. But can I open up for a first round of questions? We solve the problem. Space is governed. There we go, please.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Turnbull from Space Command, South African Air Force. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address you on the matter. Clearly, the legislative processes that was highlighted so eloquently by you, ma'am, comes forward. However, the entrance phase for South Africa and the person on the ground is through data. There are very legislative points within South Africa that addresses the sharing of information for Africans by Africans with regard to South African rights in the global sphere. And that happens through the UNIGIF that provides the framework for sharing geospatial information, but only geospatial information that's accessible to the few. How, within your legislative processes of making space available to everyone, do you address the access of geospatial data that translates to the person on the ground and make it accessible? Do you refer to it through your specific policies, or is there active participation by geospatial entities within your environment to make that specific link happen? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Was that addressed to a specific person?
To Rosanna, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Rosanna, do you want to respond to that while we wait for the room to warm up?
Yes, happy to. I mean, I have to say this is really not a corpus issue, unfortunately. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be, especially when, again, as you correctly say, it does actually go hand in hand with equitable access. When we talk about data and, fragmented data access, especially considering that the African region is probably one of the regions most highly dependent on space data. But this is, on the one hand, something that needs to be addressed nationally. Now, I have to say, I'm not sure how South Africa addresses this nationally. What we recommend when we, for example, do space law technical advisory missions is that, we recommend that there is one national geospatial coordination body in place. What we've seen in, for example, a lot of other emerging spacefaring nations is that there is not one coordination body in place, which then makes it extremely costly on the one hand. If you have a lot of different bodies buying data, for example, and then duplicating those efforts, you can really limit those costs immensely if you have one specific body taking care of that for the whole country. But then also you'll have to deal with issues around, ownership and privacy and potential liability. But again, I have to point out this is from a national law perspective and less a UN corpus perspective, which does not address this issue beyond, the remote sensing principles, etc. Which, again, I mean, we can go into detail what they entail, but I don't think it would answer your question.
Thanks very much. Other questions? Please go ahead.
Thank you very much to the panelists for insightful presentations. I learned a lot. This question goes to Rosanna. The point you were making about unilateral decisions that are taken by certain states and are being brought into the Corpus Committee, impacting on other states as well. I was just wondering about the African coordination in the committee. Happy to see that there is growing numbers and growing interest. We have the AU strategy, so there's much more ground for African countries to claim their position on space matters. But the question that one has is there African common coordination, and are there other formations within the committee to push back on such kind of unilateral decisions that are being brought into the committee? In other UN forums, you have the non-aligned movement, for instance, that are grouping to find common positions to push back against unprogressive decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that question. Sorry, should I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, maybe probably a wrong wording used on my end, unilateral decisions. I mean, what I meant with unilateral is national laws being enacted that interpret unilaterally articles that allow for very broad interpretation, to be frank. For example, Article 2 in regards to non-appropriation. So it's not unilateral decisions then brought into corpus. All of the decisions that are taken at corpus need to be taken by consensus. This is also quite an interesting mechanism of the committee. Not all committees, in fact, rather few committees of the UN have decided that all their decisions have to be taken by consensus. So if one African country would be against a decision, no decision will be found at the end of the day, right? That doesn't, however, mean that states would then not just proceed however they want, right? That's a bit of the problem here. So, but where's the solution? And you know, you mentioned coordination. So there's two ways that African countries coordinate. One through the African group, which is similar to, for example, how the EU or G77 countries. So G77, by the way, is the second mechanism. So you have two, you have African group and G77 plus China that come together prior to Corpus to find common alignment, common positions on specific matters. And we see a strong push, especially from G77, towards a lot of these issues around equitable access, for example. There's a common understanding of it. Same thing around capacity building, more call for capacity building, more call for information sharing with developing countries, these types of things. However, and I have to be completely frank and transparent here, because I sit in these sessions and I'm the secretary to, as I said, several of these mechanisms, it's not enough, in my opinion. There is too little voices to be heard still from the African region. I have to say the same for you know, some other regions in the world, but especially from the African region. You have empty spots in the room. You are member states. And I understand that this has to do with issues of traveling to Vienna for the meetings, you know, of maybe not even having the human resources to participate in the numbers that are required. I fully understand that, and I'm not criticizing it in any way. I'm just trying to really call for more participation, if somehow possible, especially on those matters, I would say, that are important to you at this point. And I do think that there are several right now that you might find quite relevant to the continent.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question. I think it's very important. Please go ahead, sir. You can also just introduce yourself perhaps as well as you start.
Okay, thank you very much. My question goes to Margaret. You have mentioned the lack of willingness in the space governance in Africa, and I'd like to know the possible solution to the issue, and whether there is something that the Africa Space Agency is working on it. Thank you.
Okay, like I unpacked it a little bit, that political will is not just a willingness of member states to engage. It comes with enough information that they need to make decisions in most instances. And half the time there isn't enough data for them to make decisions. If anything, not enough data collection, and as well as the integrity of the data if it is collected. So the necessary due diligence, as well as engagement of different stakeholders, even at the national levels. So that's what it takes to address the issue of the political will, because the fact that we have the strategy, we have the African Space Agency, it means there is at the continental level a certain common understanding and willingness, common willingness. Now, how we drive this and cascade it to national levels in order to eventually achieve harmonized policies, for instance, and drive the continental agenda, it would take a lot more than just convincing politicians. It's a matter of actually having an information that is valid, that has, integrity. I hope that that makes sense. But then also on the other side, in terms of how far has the space agency gone, it is still in its developmental stages. It has just been operationalized and set up. It's less than 2 years now old. However, the space agenda has been there before the space agency was set up. This is why there has been programs that has been done on a larger spectrum between the African Union and the EU, as well as the initiatives to set up this other, institutions in the space area. So basically, we can say that there is willingness, but to get to the level of where we get harmonized policies and African agenda from different member states, it would take more than just talk shopping.
Thank you. Question at the back.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Elvis Cosmos, and my question goes to Prof. Harrington. So, Prof, you had talked about Article 9 and reflecting on the need for states to express their interests and let it be known on a global stage. Do you think that, from your experience and observation, that the power imbalances that happen on an international stage and the geopolitical motivations are a great hindrance to states generally being able to achieve that ability to express their interests? And if so, how should we go about it, considering that it is a reality that the power imbalances will exist and geopolitical interests will also be at play?
Thank you very much for your very important and practical question. I am going to start out my response by quoting the current Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney, from a speech that many of you may have heard and seen given in Davos. If you're not at the table, you're on the menu, right? So yes, there are challenges in states expressing themselves because, of course, it can draw the attention and potential ire of states who may have contrary positions. And so I can see that there is likely to be a certain element of picking your battles, right? What are the things that are really your critical interests that you're going to prioritize over other things? Also, so that those really get the focus and attention of the international community as a whole, because of course, you want to really emphasize the things that are most important for your state. That being said, I think what we have seen, and I agree with the perspective I think that Prime Minister Carney has taken on this, to say just because you might stay out of the limelight in terms of actively offending or causing difficulty for some of the great powers, that doesn't mean that you are not going to face potentially some negative geopolitical consequences, negative geopolitical attention anyway, right? It's not as protective of a mechanism anyway that one might hope. And when we're looking at something like space activities that are so critical now and only going to become more and more important going into the future, the development of international space law is going to continue to play an important role. And if states are not having their voices heard at this stage in terms of those legal mechanisms and the application of existing treaty rules, then those are going to get left behind. The interpretation of the treaties is going to be accepted in a way that your state might disagree with and might have been able to influence, and or customary international law is going to come into effect if your state is silent and not engaged and also not engaging in practice yet in that area. But even if you are not engaging in certain types of space activities now, with regard to that customary international law formation, your state can still have an important voice and role in whether or not some of these rules actually can crystallize into customary international law, because expressing the legal beliefs of your country at the international level is going to, of course, contribute to or detract from the formation of that opinio juris element in customary international law. And your domestic legislation, your domestic regulations are state practice. Even if you're not engaging in the physical activity in outer space, you have state practice that you're expressing through your national legislation and national activities. So I think it's important that states, of course, keep their security and the concerns of optics in the international community at the forefront. But I think we're seeing more and more that the benefit of being quiet and not expressing those interests is certainly outweighed by the detriment that comes from not expressing those interests, at least in my opinion. And I also think that using collective voices, the more that you can band together with like-minded states, and depending on the issue, it might be something where it makes sense that the African states themselves are banding together, or it might be some other kind of issue where there are different states around the globe that share a particular priority for different types of activities. For example, for states with really advanced observatories, astronomical observatories on the surface of the Earth, those aren't necessarily all geographically clustered together, but those countries coming together to talk about the issues of the night sky and being able to continue to have effective space observation from the ground with the overpopulation of bright and loud satellites in low Earth orbit. States coming together either in these interest groups or regional groups, geographic groups, and expressing those views either collectively or reinforcing and emphasizing these views through successive statements of different states makes it a lot harder for some of these larger powers to really create a negative consequence for bringing forward that opinion, right? So working together, and it doesn't always have to be in the same group, I think is really critical. And to kind of round it back out, I think that goes back to the way Prime Minister Carney addressed his comments in the first place, which was saying, the only way that you are not going to be on the menu is to be at the table, but the only real way to be at the table is by cooperating where you have interests that correspond. Thanks.
Thank you very much. A question over here.
Thank you so much. I am Advocate Barrington Brown, and I represent industry. I'm a CEO and co-founder of two companies based in Somerset West, Cape Town. My question is for Margaret Machepa, and piggybacking on the discussion that's just been on the table, about being at the table or being on the menu. Industry certainly doesn't want to be left behind in discussions. We are the people who are conducting the space activities, and communication with our African Union is very important. So you mentioned in your introductions that there is a need for coordinated processes, and I think this week, the next 2 days, we're going to be hearing a lot about coordinated processes. Importantly, you mentioned the breakdown of communication and capacity building between the African Union and especially South Africa. I was very interested to hear that you mentioned the space science faculty and communications that had started and nothing had ventured on. And as an industry leader, and especially as the CEO of Cape Constellation, we are currently in discussion with Stellenbosch University for exactly the same thing. So that shows me there's a breakdown in communication, and for us to build a coordinated process, we can't be duplicating anything. So the question from industry, so that we don't get left behind in the whole process of government talking about policies and what should be done. My question to you is, as industry, how do we get a voice at your table, given that industry moves a lot faster than government does?
We, at the African Union, there are different forums that are set up, especially with regard to space. And there is, twice a year, there are forums that are on space, the whole space agenda. And there's specific segment that is dedicated to the industry for their presentations, different space, national space agencies, but there is a clear dedication to the industry and partnership with the African Union. And it's already enshrined in the overall agreement on space agenda that we have at the African Union. I'm sure it's a matter of you having contacts and knowing who to talk to, so that you can be updated in terms of this kind of forums, because they keep on providing all sorts of report in terms of how far they are in space activities and agenda and what they're doing at the national levels. There are even programs that sponsor different industry role players in different regions of the African Union. So I think it's a matter of having that contact. I think in terms of the setting up of the faculty, the last time I checked, because as I mentioned initially, how our role comes into this, we negotiate, for instance, host agreements when there's a need to set up institutions. The last time I checked, there was a halt in negotiations of the host agreement with South Africa to host the faculty in different. The program was already set up. Institutions were ready. University of Pretoria was one of them. In Western Cape already, there was a whole roadshow. Everything was already done. It was just a matter of finalizing the host agreement. And that's where it reached a halt. It can be phrased as one of those things, is in terms of sometimes there's a conflict between politics and the willingness or what is already on the ground, but I think it's something that it can still be achieved, because at this point, overall, there is an initiative where there's a committee, a subcommittee that is of ambassadors based in Addis Ababa that is dedicated to host agreements, to actually, I guess, to standardize further the host agreements, so that there isn't much of a halt when it comes to negotiations such as this. So the hope is that it might continue, but I think it will be important for me to share some of the contacts with you, so that you can keep in touch with those who are responsible.
Thank you all. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. We have an online question. So in fairness to online, I'll come to you just immediately afterwards. And I think it's not directed to anyone, but I think it's probably for you, Rosanna. So the question is, what legal mechanisms or policy incentives are most effective for ensuring that the development of space-based assets actually foster local technical capacity and hardware manufacturing within Africa, rather than just importing external space services?
Thank you. And I was wondering, because I had my hand raised as well, if I could just add something to the industry question very briefly. So because I think it's such a relevant question, and we get that a lot, because I keep on mentioning, member states, member states, member states. But as you very correctly say, and I'm sorry I didn't get your name, but you're the ones working on these technologies. You're far ahead of a lot of the discussions that are going on. So what has changed at the UN, and it has changed a lot in the last few years, and I have to say this is where the optimist in me comes in. It's working quicker and faster than ever before in this regard, is that a lot of the mechanisms that are currently underway include industry representation. So, for example, you mentioned a potential large constellation or a constellation. The expert group on space situational awareness, so that expert group that's discussing this global space traffic coordination mechanism, is representatives within that expert group are industry representatives. A call was made to member states to nominate industry representatives to join their delegation. So we have, Eutelsat, Amazon, a bunch of SSA providers, anyone planning or having a constellation in place. So in fact, it would be great if you could join the South African delegation in those discussions. Why? Because in June this year, we will launch a United Nations, and now let me say the name correctly, Satellite Operator Contact Hub. There we go. Which will be an operator-to-operator point of contact hub tool, call it what you want, to coordinate, in case of collisions, maneuverability, etc. Why? Because as it is right now, it's either my phone or the phone of the director being called in cases of close collision in jurisdictions where there's no such type of communication channel in place. We had that with a Malaysian satellite about to crash into a North Korean satellite, Chinese into an American, etc. So I think this would be really interesting for industry in the room. So please reach out to me if you have questions on this. But now on the question that was asked, and I'll keep it short. This is a national policy. If you so want, it could even be a regional policy or law approach that needs to be taken in this regard. And it's really maybe also a few examples could be taken up with how the European Space Agency does this. If you want to encourage more local manufacturing, if you want to encourage domestic, contracting or local subcontracting, if you want African suppliers to be the ones that are used as a first, basis for African missions, for national missions, then you need to build this into your policy. You need to build this into your, I wouldn't say laws in this regard, but really into your policies. And I think, for example, the African Space Agency could really, and maybe they already are doing this. I'm really not as aware on that as I should be, but I used to work for the European Space Agency before I worked for the UN. And there it's very clearly inherently within its convention that whatever countries pay into the agency needs to come back to their national operators, manufacturers, universities, etc., in regard, which then builds up national capacities as well. So I think something similar could be done within the African continent, either regionally or, as I said, nationally. You're not going to find an international treaty or international guidelines that promote, national manufacturing in this regard. This is really something that your national policymakers need to include in their national policies. Maybe just one more point on this as well. There is a point to be made on national law here, though, even though it might sound far-fetched, but in my opinion, it's not. National regulatory frameworks and national space laws help in this regard as well, because they give your national operators, your national, universities, your whole ecosystem in the space sector, the legal clarity, the legal predictability, and the legal know-how nationally to know whom to contact, what is required for them, what they need to do, when they need to do it, what different standards they need to consider when building a satellite, for example. So here too, it does go hand in hand, and I hope it answered your question.
Thank you very much. Bringing us back to the idea, I guess, that if we're going to include industry at the table, we must also improve our ability to regulate them at the same time. So I think that's an important intervention. Thank you, Rosanna. So we're almost out of time, but we have a whole day and a field trip to continue this conversation. So I'm going to ask for one last question, please, and then we're going to wrap up.
Thank you so much. I want to ask a question to Rosanna in regard to the what the UNOSA is doing about some of the state members to UN COPUS that can have a national space laws that are not in line with the common the common principles of the international treaties on many outer space. I'm asking this in consideration of when a country having a topic that wants to be discussed can bring it to the table, but in case there is a country that is implementing a national space law which is contrary to those international principles, what is the role of the UNOSA in that regard? Because if we are not bring that to the table to be discussed, there's no one who is going to say no to that. So what is the role of UNOSA on that? Thank you.
Well, we're not space police, although, I'd love to be. So we won't, we're not an executive in that sense that we're gonna, punish anyone. We're the UN. We're not going to punish anyone for drafting or having a national law in place that's contradictory to the treaty. But international law itself would not allow for that, first and foremost. So that would be a breach of your international obligation if you've ratified the treaty, and a lot of the principles of the Outer Space Treaty are considered customary international law. So, we can delve into this from an academic perspective, but I'd prefer to delve into it more from a practical perspective, what would happen. And to my knowledge and my experience, it is not really an issue that we're having. We're not having a bunch of states enacting national laws that are contradictory to the treaties. We have two other issues. One, states not ratifying the treaties. So the Outer Space Treaty has 118 states that have ratified it so far. That number should be more than 190, right? Preferably. The good thing is that all major spacefaring nations have ratified the treaty. So that's one thing. Ratify the treaty, become obliged to adhere to the treaties and benefit. This is an important point also for the African region. You can benefit so much from the treaties, especially the Liability Convention, especially the Rescue and Return Agreement when it comes to finding space objects in your territory. So that's one. And then it's national implementation. The issue is more, are countries lagging behind drafting national legislation and adhering to their obligation that Andrea mentioned with Article 6, authorizing and supervising their activities. So often, and here we step in, so often do we hear of states that have launched a CubeSat, not physically launched it. They haven't launched it from their territory, but they've had it launched, which still makes them a launching state because they're considered to have procured the launch. It's just a CubeSat, right? We don't need to do anything about that. We don't need to regulate that. But no, yes, you do. you do according to the treaty. So please consider your obligations. And again, we're the UN, we do not sanction anyone, but we come in and try to raise awareness about the importance of national legislation, the importance of adhering to the treaties and the long-term sustainability of outer space. And secondly, the global community within Corpus would criticize openly a country for not, if you now, for example, have a country that has a national law that in some way or form completely goes against the principles of the treaties, they'd be openly criticized. And that's why I'm saying this hasn't really happened. When the US and Luxembourg came up with their national laws in regards to space resources and their interpretation of Article 2, they were openly criticized for some time until there was a shift within the committee and more states realized, well, maybe this is the right way to interpret Article 2, because this wasn't a breach of Article 2. It was just an interpretation. So I hope it answered your question, and this is one that I could speak about for ages. But yes, I think really it's more about raising awareness about the benefits actually of having a national law and taking a step back from we need to, regulate industry and more about we need to enable industry and how can we do that with a national law and focus on safety and sustainability.
Thank you very much. So now we have 2 treaties in prospect, space police and maybe one day a space court. So lots of work for international lawyers. Can you please all join me in congratulating and thanking our panel, and then we'll close for lunch. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, and have a lovely lunch. Again, I wish I could have joined. See you.
One more round for our moderator and 3 panelists, please. I think this first panel has definitely set the tone for the next 2 days. Robust critical discussions from opposing perspectives in terms of various key topics related to space policy and law. So we'd like to thank you. We will now break for lunch. Thank you, Prof. Givers, for keeping us on time. I see it is not even 2 minutes past 12. Please note that it will be a buffet-style lunch, so there will be servers there to assist you, and you're free to make use of the lunch facilities. There are tables there for you to dine. I kindly ask that we are back seated in the hall by 1:25, so that we can promptly start with our second panel, which is titled National and Regional Updates, Developments in Space Law and Policy on the Continent. With that, I thank you and enjoy your lunch.
A very important progress, very important panel, and this timely and important discussion on the future of Africa's space ecosystem and the evolving landscape of space governance, policy, and innovation across the continent. Africa's space institutions indeed play an important role in shaping space law and policy across the continent and internationally. The greatest momentum at continental level is in the gradual shift from isolated national space programs towards more structured regional coordination. We are seeing growing alignment around shared priorities such as Earth observation, data sharing, disaster response, climate monitoring, and regulatory harmonization. Institutions like the African Union are increasingly central in driving dialogue on a continental space policy framework, while regional initiatives are helping to reduce duplication and encourage interoperability between national systems. There is also strong recognition that Africa's competitiveness in global space economy will depend on collaboration, particularly in areas like satellite data infrastructure, spectrum management, and capacity building, rather than fragmented national efforts. So today's panel brings together diverse and insightful perspectives from across this evolving landscape. We will begin by exploring national experiences and policy priorities, ranging from South Africa's established ecosystem, Nigeria's long-standing leadership, Rwanda's innovation-driven governance approach, and Kenya's rapidly evolving institutional landscape. We will also hear from emerging leaders and youth voices on participation trends, as well as continental perspective on coordination and strategic direction. In our second round, we will turn to look at the practical realities of collaboration and governance. Finally, in our third round, we'll look ahead. We'll discuss the conditions required to unlock private sector growth, ensure resilience and strategic autonomy in an increasingly satellite-dependent continent, and harness emerging technologies to accelerate development. We will close by reflecting on what success in Africa's space governance might look like by 2030, and what single strategic priority should guide our collective efforts over the next 5 years. With that, let us begin. Every speaker will have 5 minutes to respond. Please don't go over time. Thank you. I'll start with you, Mr. Michael Kabai. Let me just give you a list of the speakers. We have Mr. Michael Kabai, who is a legal and compliance manager from SANSA. And then we have Mr. Chinonso Emmanuel Noye, a legal officer at National Space Research and Development Agency, Nigeria. We have Ms. Anurite Unwari, legal analyst at Rwanda Space Agency. We have Ms. Rachel Nyangere from Kenya Space Agency. We have Mr. Kasibante David, who's a regional coordinator at Africa Space Generation Advisory Council. So my first question is to you, Mr. Kabai. South Africa has one of the continent's most established space ecosystems. So in your view, what policy or regulatory priorities are currently most important for strengthening South Africa's space sector and regional leadership role?
Good afternoon, everyone. Advocate, thanks for that question. I wish, with your permission, to single out 2 important legal instruments that we have in South Africa: the South African National Space Agency Act of 2008, and of course, the Space Affairs Act of 1993. I'm not gonna go through each and every provision of this respective legal instrument, but I wish to highlight some of the important elements contained therein. I would start with the South African National Space Agency Act, what I will call the SANSA Act, which came into effect on the 10th of December 2010. And not, as I said, not the entire act, but just certain points that I need to note with regard to the act. With this act, I wish to zoom in on a specific provision, which is Section 4, which deals with the objects of the act. And I wish to read to you Section 4B, which states that the agency must support the creation of an environment conducive to industrial development in space technology. And I wish, with your permission, to unpack this a little bit. For me, this means that the entity or the agency is legally mandated to foster a self-sustaining commercial sector. It directs the agency to grow a local space economy from a consumer to an active producer of space technologies, utilizing government support to build infrastructure, develop skills, stimulate private investment. So in order for the agency to provide this, it must be able to do a number of things. But I wish to perhaps maybe note some of those things that I believe that the agency needs to do. First is the provision of infrastructure, where innovators can utilize the infrastructure for space-related activities, thereby lowering the barriers to entry into the sector. The other point or issue that I need to note is the point is the data commercialization, acquiring and processing space satellite data, then making it accessible and affordable to both the private and the public sector to develop commercial downstream applications and value-added services. The other thing that I believe needs to be done is skills and capacity building. This include partnering with other entities to train engineers, scientists, and thereby supplying the local tech industry with the necessary scarce skills, the design, the manufacture to operate space hardware. So this, I believe, in a way will strengthen our sort of footprint when it comes to space sector. And I wish to then move to the second important, when I say second, I don't mean it's second to the Sansa Act, but I'm just saying in terms of numbers. So we have the Space Affairs Act of 1993, which for me is very important, especially if you're playing in this space. The Space Affairs Act, I believe, strengthened the South African space sector by establishing the South African Council for Space Affairs. The Space Affairs Act has historically strengthened the country's space ecosystem through several key functions. And then I'll go through all of them, perhaps maybe not all of them, but some of them. Regulatory oversight and licensing. This is very important, especially when you're an entity playing in this space. The Act requires any entity, whether government, military, commercial, to obtain a license from the Council before launching space objects, operating satellites from South African territory, or importing or exporting controlled satellite technology. Moving on, treaty compliance. Early in the morning, we had colleagues reinforcing the importance of adherence to international law and the treaties that the countries have acceded to or signed. So with treaty compliance, SACSA ensures that the national space missions comply with United Nations treaties, such as the Outer Space, and of course the Liability Convention and other treaties, giving South Africa an international credibility as a responsible spacefaring nation. Industrial and technological standards. By reviewing technical information, environmental assessment, proof of liability insurance, licensing framework, safeguards, public interest while enforcing safety and operational standard in the aerospace industry. Advising the minister. The council is mandated to advise the minister. Currently, the council falls under or reports to the Department of Trade and Industry. So that would be the minister that I'm referring to here. On policy, international obligations to ensure sector growth in alignment with national socio-economic goals. And then perhaps maybe to go back to the issue of leadership advocate. South Africa could strengthen regional leadership in space by implementing variety of things. And then I've only singled out 5, and I have no doubt that there are many, but I just chose these 5. Promoting Pan-African space governance, advocating for harmonized legislation policy across the continent, allowing emerging African space nations to collaborate under a unified legal framework. Early in the morning, we had this point being sort of raised. And then data governance is also equally important. Establishing clear protocols for governance, sharing protection of Earth observation data to address continental socio-economic challenges like climate change, agriculture, and disaster management. Capacity and skills development. Again, early in the morning, this point was also flagged. Integrating regional, educational, and knowledge sharing initiatives. And then this conference, is also, of course, one of those sort of examples that we need to sort of replicate, wherein we bring policy experts and legal experts together and other technical experts together to discuss legal issues pertaining to space as Africans, and perhaps even develop positions that could guide us going forward. And encouraging commercial space innovation, creating supportive, flexible licensing, regulatory regimes for domestic private aerospace companies to design, test, manufacture nano satellites, subsystems for export across the continent. Expanding the African space constellation is very important. Formalizing regulatory agreements that allow African nations to leverage South African space infrastructure and co-develop shared satellite technology. So, advocate, that would be my response to your question. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kabai. So I hear your priorities are creating a more agile and investment-friendly regulatory environment.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Ms. Chinonso Emmanuel Noye. My question to you is, Nigeria has long played a major role in African space development. What lessons from Nigeria's experience could help other African states building or expanding their space programs?
Thank you very much.
My apologies, Mr.
Yes, Mr. Thank you very much for having me on this panel. First off, I would like to have everyone confirm that I could be heard loud and clear, because I think at some point I struggled to hear the moderator, but it's back now normal. So I want to be sure that I'm being heard so that I can make my point very quickly.
Loud and clear, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. To get to the meat of the question, once again, thank you for having me. For us in Nigeria, I'm tempted to use the word proud of the fact that we've had a near 3 decades of space activities. And of course, I dare say that in those near 3 decades, between 25 to 27 years precisely, it's been an iterative process for us, in that a number of things are there that we have done quite correctly. And a number of things are also there that I would not say we have not done quite correctly, but what I would say is that while you put in place all of these mechanisms and actions, you'll find that there will almost always be lessons to be learned from them, and areas where certainly there could be improvements, both for us as Nigeria, and the fact that there could be other countries looking up to us in terms of our space program. So I'll take you through a number of them. First off, we have a sound regulatory framework, something we call the NASDA Act, that is the National Space Research and Development Agency Act. It was first enacted in the year 1999 when we returned to democracy. Our president at the time, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, put in place a committee and came up with the act. Now that act was also revised in the year 2010. So I dare say that the 2010 act is still currently undergoing, like there's a final push to have a very robust act that covers both the administration of the agency and full commercialization, if you like, of space activities. But from the 2010 Act that is currently in place, something that is very instructive for us is the fact that we have a National Space Council put in place, and the responsibility of the Space Council, slightly similar to that of South Africa, if I should say, is to have a scenario where we have laid down regulations for how to go about obtaining certain categories of licenses. Now, this Space Council was reinstituted in the year 2025. That was last year, precisely. And under the now reinstituted Space Council, we now have 3 tiers of space licensing. That is licensing covering the upstream, the midstream, and of course the downstream spectrum of space exploration. And that council has also been able to put in place regulations for the level of expertise that is required for you to go into different levels of space exploration. And of course, there's a mandatory insurance buffer that has been put in place. That is because at the heart of the United Nations space policy last year in Vienna was the issue of sustainability. And we came to this roundtable conclusion that at the heart of sustainability itself is the issue of insurance, because if you're launching space objects, what happens when you have accidents? By accidents now, I mean like maybe space debris falling back into planet Earth and things like that, and then causing different kinds of damage. So how do you handle that? So licensing, insurance packages were put in place and capped at about $15 million, just to ensure that if there be any sort of issue in that direction, I mean, an insurance buffer of that amount would suffice. Another thing we have done correctly is to fragment space technology. What I mean by that is we created distinct units, distinct centers to handle distinct areas of space. Particularly, I work with the Center for Satellite Technology Development, and our mandate is to build satellite building capabilities and enhance it, whether in terms of collaboration with countries who already have such capabilities. We have engineers and scientists who are actively on ground, developing a lot more capacity in terms of fabricating satellites. And I dare say that even though most of our satellites were launched from outside of Nigeria, they were all largely built by Nigerian engineers and scientists. And that's one thing we take a level of pride in. So that's another angle that the Act was able to establish. Put in place your institutions and then empower them to have specific capabilities. We also have other centers taking care of issues of remote sensing. We have centers taking care of issues of atmospheric research. We have centers taking care of issues of propulsion. That's because the next categories of satellites that we are hoping to launch, perhaps by the end of this year or by the first quarter of next year, we don't want to launch from another country's territory anymore. We want to be launching from Nigeria. But is that to say that we have done everything correct? Perhaps there are still a few things that we have done that other countries can learn from and try to do better. One of which is in building a satellite, we have now learned that it's not enough to just launch a satellite. It's also okay for you to put in place what we call full cycle development in place. What that means is at the point of launching, you need to be able to say, I want to guide, in a manner of speaking, that entire satellite. Perhaps for the 5 years it's going to be in orbit, for the 10 years it will be in orbit. So that will lead to a little less of occurrences where satellites literally disappear or like leave your own radar. Then finally, I would say that another thing we have done correctly through that same space regulation is the active involvement of the private sector. We are now beginning to look at it that from a government point of view, the government should be able to in a way take like a back seat and just create the laws, create the policy framework, and then allow the private sector to drive that entire process. So that will be it, moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Noye. Those are great lessons we can take from Nigeria. Ms. Anurait Unwari, my question to you is, Rwanda has positioned itself as a fast-moving innovation hub. How is Rwanda approaching space governance and policy in a way that supports broader national development goals?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Advocate Icho. The Rwandan government has created national space policy and institutions to guide space activities. where Rwanda Space Agency was created in 2022 with the mission to develop Rwanda space sector towards socio-economic development using space technology and applications. And it also was created with the mandate to regulate and coordinate all space activities in the country while creating an environment that promote entrepreneurial and industrial development. So Rwanda prioritizing the use of technology and innovation to transform the economy, improve the lives of citizens, and drive socio-economic development. So in this area, Rwanda is using satellite technology to support important sectors like monitoring crops and weather conditions, like in disaster management, in tracking foods, floods, drought, and landslides. And also is using the satellite in environmental protection in observing forest and land use, as well as urban planning in improving infrastructure and city management. So like to achieve these goals, Rwanda is focusing mainly on building space capabilities and growing space economy as the using of space technology is no longer a privilege. It becomes like a tool that can help to turn around the lives of citizens. In this regard also, Rwanda focusing on fostering international cooperation because there's no way that you can participating in use of space technology without partnering with other countries, because space, it requires diplomacy, it requires a huge investment. So there is a need to collaborate with others so that you can be able to achieve your goals. Another thing that Rwanda is focusing is inspiring Rwandans, because we have not been there for so long as other countries that are here. We have been there for almost like 6 years. So we, like for many Rwandans, space technology is still new. So we are putting too much effort so that Rwandans can understand and know what space technology can do, and so that we can see many people like trying to be part of that process or that ambition of Rwanda, and to be actively participating in space activities. So yeah, that is what Rwanda is currently doing in the space sector. But again, is of recent that Rwanda put in place national space policy. It's last year that Rwanda put in place space policy, and this is just to be able to make sure that space projects support the country long-term development plans. Thank you.
So instead of treating space as a standalone, Rwanda is integrating space technologies into the national priorities.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Ms. Rachel Olori, Kenya's space sector has seen significant growth in recent years. What are the most important legal and institutional developments currently shaping Kenya's space ecosystem?
Thank you, Advocate Icho, for that question. And I'm honored to be in this panel this afternoon. Let me start by saying that Kenya is committed to conducting outer space activities in accordance with international obligations governing space law. And in that vein, some of you may know that Kenya has ratified 2 treaties. That is the Outer Space Treaty and the Liability Convention. And to further answer your question, Ms. Icho, it is important for us, or rather to understand the historical development that led to the development of the agency. And from this, we'll see that the Kenya Space Agency, which is the body mandated to promote, coordinate, and regulate space activity, was established by virtue of the Kenya Space Policy of 2015 and and the strategy of 2015. But these policy documents were not adaptive to the emerging global trends in as far as outer space governance is concerned, because we are in the new space era where we see private sector taking the charge in space activities. We see new space companies, issues of proper responsible use of outer space emerge. So we needed to update this policy to make it more adaptive to the global emerging trends in outer space governance. So in that line of thoughts, we had to review this policy, and currently we have the Kenya Space Policy of 2026, which is yet to be approved by Cabinet. And if you look at our policy, it has outlined some of the strategic objectives, which I believe are important for a thriving space sector. And if I may just quickly outline some of the strategic objectives, which tally in with our Kenya strategic plan of 2023 to 2027. These are some of the strategic objectives. One, to enhance coordination and governance of the space sector, because we notice there's a lot of fragmentation whereby there are so many government institutions using space activities, but there was no proper coordination of the same. The other strategic objective is to develop technical capacity and competence. And it is in this vein that we conduct competitions such as the Manfred Lack Space Law Moot Court competition. And we also collaborate extensively with academia. And the other thing which is important for us is we need to create awareness on the benefits and exploration of space opportunities. Then there's the aspect of promoting acquisition, effective management, and utilization of space-derived data. There's the need to promote research, development, and innovation. The other strategic objective is to promote resourcing and investment in space infrastructure and facilities. We may all appreciate that space infrastructures are very capital intensive, and it is in this vein that we are trying to explore other methods of public-private partnerships, and I'm sure Ms. Chisonius in this room can explain further on how we can leverage on public-private partnership to ensure that the space economy thrives. And we also seek to promote the growth of the domestic private industry. As we observed in the morning, the private sector are now leading and taking the charge in as far as space exploration is concerned. And then there's also that need to promote national and international cooperation. We've engaged in a number of collaboration, both in Africa and I'm sure we have a collaboration with the Rwanda Space Agency, Egyptian Space Agencies, SANSA, and we'll explore more collaborations. In addition to that, we appreciate that the agency has a broader mandate, and it focuses on 4 key areas. And these are some of the areas that the agency focuses in the delivery of its mandate: to ensure utilization of space technologies for decision support, planning, and predictive analysis. Then there's that need to develop national space capability, because you cannot actively conduct a space program if you don't have your national space capability. Then there's the need to nurture and promote Kenya's space economy. And it is in this vein that we seek to promote innovation and growth of startups. And also, as Ms. Anwarita said, there is that important need of creating awareness to the public. In terms of activities that we have done that have created tremendous growth in Kenya's space activity, and when we think about the policy frameworks, in the morning, the UN director spoke about the fact that there will be a regional technical advisory mission that will be held in Nairobi. And this comes from the fact that it is important to create that knowledge of countries having their national legislations. So, and I can also say that I've been invited with UNOSA in some of their missions, and I was invited in a mission in Ghana to support them in the development of their policy document and their legislation. We also seek to undertake activities that promote capacity building, and still on the same, it is on this basis that we engage academia, and recently we just concluded the Manfred Lux Space Law Moot Court competition, and this is one of the platform that is used to ensure to create awareness on the policy and legal frameworks governing space activities. Regionally, Kenya has been part of the AFDEF-SAT project, and you may be aware that the CleanCam camera that was being developed in partnership with 6 countries in Africa was recently launched. So international collaboration is very key in the space sector, as I may have mentioned. Just to bridge the gap with infrastructure where you may not have capability, it is important to have that international collaboration. So thank you for that question.
Thank you so much. I'm getting a key development among the 3 space agencies, which is that there's an increasing integration of space applications into the priority sectors, such as your agriculture, your climate monitoring, and security, which makes sense because to me, those sectors are the key driving demand sectors, and they justify further investment into governance, infrastructure, and skills development. Mr. Kasibante David, my question to you is, from the perspective of youth or young professionals and emerging leaders, what trends are you seeing across the continent in terms of participation, innovation, and policy engagement?
Thank you so much for that question. It's a very interesting one because from the perspective of younger people, oftentimes the main answer really is going to come from the fact that oftentimes when we enter rooms as younger people, especially space-related rooms, we tend to find ourselves being the youngest in the room. Now that says a lot, and it reflects the main artery of the problem that we face a bit. And allow me though to just preface this with a brief historical backdrop. At Unispace 3 in 1999, the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs and the UN Corpus came together to agree that there needs to be voices of young people regarding space. Now, this was the birth of the Space Generation Advisory Council. It is the organization that I'm very privileged to represent on the African continent as the regional coordinator in Africa. And in 2001, the SGAC got permanent observer status with the UN Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space, both the scientific and the legal subcommittees. This grant of observer status was a testament to the shared belief that different conversations regarding space need to involve young people, and there need to be on the table what decisions are being made. To this day, with every sitting of the UN Corpus, the SGAC presents its own thoughts and its beliefs and different developments within the space sector as seen by young people. Now, my work in this area has brought me in proximity with very many important institutions. And I think this is what's pretty important. Different institutions, national space agencies, and even some heads of state. And in my engagements with institutions like McGill University, the African Space Leadership Institute, led by my colleague Etim, who will speak a bit about that, individuals like Dr. Gaba, Professor Harrington, and others have shown me that there are first-hand efforts at involving young people in different space policy arguments. Now, I always say that Africa is not led to space. There is evidence that Africa has always had interactions with space. That evidence has always been there. What Africa is led to is space governance. And even worse, Africa is late to space governance involving younger people. Now, on the continent, you always notice that there always be rooms where space conversations are happening, and you rarely ever find any younger people in those rooms. Now, that could be a cultural issue, it could be a policy issue, it could be a governance issue, but it is an issue either way, and it's an issue that needs to be addressed in many ways. Now, I want to resist the temptation to answer your question with a lot of optimism, because the honest picture is one of a lot of promise, but that promise is sitting alongside a lot of persistent structural hindrances and gaps. So the trend that I find most encouraging within the African space sector and with young people is this, that in the past, for someone to say that they were involved with space, they had to be an engineer, right? So they were either building a rocket or fueling a rocket or making sure that the rocket doesn't blow off in the, right of launch. But today, the engineers are just a small subset of what we have. Now we have policy makers and lawyers and project managers and even medical doctors. A couple of years ago, I was involved with a program with the UK Space Agency on osteoporosis in astronauts, which is total medicine related things. I have a legal background. That was a very good one for me, learning about the medical aspects, the ethical medical aspects of space travel. And so many young people are getting into these areas. And those are areas that are now becoming extremely important today for the space sector. So things like spectrum management, data sovereignty, liability, and equitable technology transfer. These are not things that engineers alone can resolve. These are questions of policymakers. These are questions of people who can contextualize and understand different concepts and then apply them the way that they must. Now, allow me to also say this. Today, the other thing that we are seeing with the young people, another trend, is that young people refuse to be defined by age-old traditions. And they are choosing to have their own way, their own path, and they choose to have conversations that make sense to them. One of those conversations is, what exactly does space mean to an African person, an African young man, an African young woman? what does space mean to them? While to the older generation, it could have been a very political thing. Russia and the USA do not want to step on each other's toes, and they get a couple of allies on their sides, and they decide something, and they come up with these space treaties, which is amazing and beautiful. Young people are asking themselves, and what's that got to do with us? Why shouldn't space make sense to me? So we are also seeing a lot of innovation coming up, with young people coming up with different space-related applications that apply directly to their different circumstances. Last year, I was in Kenya, and we were looking at the Africa Earth observation competition, where we had a number of young people that came up with extremely interesting and innovative solutions to things that seemed a bit mundane from, you know, an older person's perspective, but very relevant to a young person's perspective, for it to be something that was almost, for example, there's a team, I think, from Nairobi that had come up with a solution for using space satellite data to map clean water in Nairobi city with its very, very difficult, you know, water system. So they came up with how do you use space data to solve the problem of the fact that if you you cannot just open a faucet in Nairobi and put, you know, a glass right under and you drink like in the movies. Someone decided, well, we want what's in the movies to be in Nairobi, and we are going to use space data and satellite data to solve that problem. That's a problem that only a young person can really think about. Someone who is not set in their ways yet, and someone who is as flexible as they can be. And I believe that is something that we urgently need within the space industry. At the SGAC, we are also seeing a lot of membership and engagement from Francophone Africa, which for the longest time has been left out of conversations in space. Institutions like Crust LF are trying to bridge this gap, but within the SGSC, we are also extending a lot of, we're extending attendance within those areas. We've had conferences in Cameroon, Senegal, Mali, and Benin, and we hope to even extend more this year in order to bring in Francophone Africa within the fold of space so that we can have that conversation even better. Where I'm more cautious is policy engagement. So young people are invited. We are constantly invited to consultations, to conferences, to working groups, but invitation is not the same as influence. It's one thing being invited, it's another thing having actual influence with the decisions that are made in that room. Many of the engagements we're invited to still remain performative. And young professionals are usually asked to speak, but not to draft. For example, we'll go give beautiful speeches. When it comes to drafting, we're out of the room. We are welcomed on panels like this one, but not in the room where the text is being negotiated. The text that is going to affect us in the future, and the text which we are going to have to carry, like the proverbial cross, to the proverbial space Golgotha at some point. So while the price is being negotiated, the bill is being passed down to a younger generation. And what we ask and what we need and what we seek is that the engagement of young people is not only left at a performative level, but it is given an actual backbone so that it can stand on its own, so that young people can tomorrow defend the decisions that they will be inputting and they will be putting into action. If that is not done, then we risk having the same, you know, it's like the mouse on that wheel, that spinning wheel, you know, effort, a lot of effort, very little work done. So I believe that is it. And the gap between the visibility and agency is something that we must close very deliberately, and we just not hope that it will resolve on its own. So that's what I would say about that. Thank you.
Quite a lot to say, Mr. David. So from what you're saying, we should be moving towards a more connected and proactive generation that is shaping both the innovation pipeline and the future policy direction of Africa's space ecosystem.
Yes.
My last question for this round is for a team of FIO. At a continental level, where do you see the greatest momentum today in African space governance and strategic coordination?
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers of this meeting. So the question really is, where do I see the greatest momentum? Well, maybe before I respond to that, maybe I should just sort of highlight some foundational issues, and then we could see where we can put in some energy to maybe cause some momentum. A bit background. Yeah, I had the privilege of working with the African Union in developing the African space policy and strategy. So I can give you some brief background. Space became something of interest within the African Union at about 2000, when the EU and the AU formalized their space partnership. So a couple of programs were initiated, but it was primarily funded by the EU. Most of those programs were Earth observation programs, but there was one on satellite navigation. But the heads of state, actually, our space became an agenda item. I think that should be around 2010, where some issues were brought before the heads of state. One was South Africa was requesting for support to host the SKA. Algeria had reported on the ALC conference, and then the issue of POW Institute for Space, which the colleague mentioned in the earlier session. So since then, space has been reoccurring from time to time within the AU. But that's at the head of state level. Of course, at the ministerial level too, AMCOS, CTIMC, AMCOMED also, they also had interest in space. Then I think in 2014, the heads of state decided to harmonize the different initiatives into one. The African Union Space Working Group was established in 2012 with 5 terms of reference. But I think there's one that is of particular interest, which is that the working group was supposed to draft 4 documents, an African space policy, an African space strategy, an implementation plan, and a governance framework. So by 2016, 2 documents had been drafted, the policy and strategy, and they were adopted by the heads of state. If you pick up that decision of the heads of state, which I really encourage us to do, I think that's basically what I want to do, just to highlight this point, but then we can go back and look at some of these things. What the heads of state said was that, okay, we've adopted this policy and strategy. You guys go back, develop a governance framework, develop an implementation plan. But as we speak now, nothing of such actually has come forth. And I think one of the questions I think I want to bring up is, where do we put the blame that the heads of state decided that there should be a governance framework and an implementation plan, and that decision has not been sort of implemented. Of course, I know there are many decisions of the heads of states which are not sort of implemented, and I think that's one of the issues the AU is trying to also address. So that's 2016. 2018, the status of the African Space Agency was adopted, which literally means the African Space Agency was established in 2018, not 2025, as some people say. That was just the inauguration of the headquarters. Once the statutes are adopted, then that institution is established. The getting into operations, it's another thing entirely. I also encourage that as legal expert, policy expert, we also pick up the status of the agency, because that's a legal document. And let's actually see whether we are following the law which we have set for ourselves. There are several issues. One of them has to do with the council. So the council, if you look at it, I think Article 7 also talks about the constitution of the council. So there are those who are elected from the different sub-regions, but also there are representatives of the AUC who are supposed to be on the council. So in all, there should be 16 people on the council. But so far, what we see is 10. And ideally, that means the council is not properly constituted. The other issue that it's of interest has to do with the functions of the council. If you go through it, the way it's stated, the council is supposed to have an oversight function over the agency, not an executive function. If you see what the council is doing right now, it's left for us to judge whether it's actually exercising an oversight function or an executive function. I'll tell you why these things are of importance shortly. The other thing has to do with the governance structure. To pick up the statute, there are 4 parts when it comes to governance. There's the council, there's an advisory committee, there's a secretariat, and a director general. So the council advisory committee, which is what's made up of some of the agencies, a secretariat, and then the director general, who is supposed to head the secretariat and actually do the day-to-day running of the agency. The statute says that the council should not sit until the advisory committee has sat, because the inputs from there that the council now sits on makes recommendations to the heads of state. But already there's no advisory committee constituted. The council has been sitting, and of course the council has been sitting even though it's not properly formed. 2019, Egypt, Cairo was adopted as the headquarters, even though in the decision of the heads of state in 2016, there was already a clause mentioned about the proposal of Egypt to offer some money for the hosting of the agency. So the question really is, by making that inclusion there, was that not sort of skewing the process of deciding where the agency should be hosted? So I brought out some of these foundational issues. There's some others, a couple of them, because what I'm saying is because until we go back to those foundations, the issue of momentum may be a problem, because it's as if we are running. I mean, you can be moving, like David has said, but you may be moving in the wrong direction. So I think the first thing we need to do is to revisit the policy and strategy documents, revisit the decisions of the heads of states and governments, which are binding decisions, revisit the status of the African Space Agency, which is a legal document, and where things are not yet properly in place, we need to fix those things, then we can now talk of moving forward. I'll pause there for now, and then we can have further decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As you say, internal governing matters now are a hindrance for the progress of the union. I'm so tempted to open the floor for questions, but I'm worried that we have so many questions that the panel has to answer, and we might run out of time. So I think we'll push through to the next 2 rounds, and then we'll get questions later. Okay. Mr. Kabai, from the background of a national space agency, how can African countries better coordinate on regulatory issues uniquely affecting the continent without slowing innovation?
Advocate, thanks a lot for that question. Please allow me to preface it by saying that in order for us to have better coordination as African countries, we would need to have a body. And fortunately for us, we do have the body, or should I say bodies. We've got the African Union and we've got the African Space Agency. Of course, we have learned that not everything is hunky-dory when it comes to the Space Agency and the African Union. But I believe they play a critical role when it comes to coordination. And yes, and what I want to note with regard to the question specifically is that coordination by these entities is very important in aligning space policies of African Union countries to avoid duplication. So if you have these bodies doing what they're supposed to do, I believe that we would avoid a lot of duplication in terms of policy frameworks and legislative frameworks that we currently have. Furthermore, the advisory role, providing guidance on space science, technology, and associated regulation to foster sustainable socioeconomic development. These bodies, they can assist in that connection. Framework development, advocating for streamlined, so-called new space-friendly policies so commercial activities can thrive across the continent. So those are my sort of 3 points that I wanted to note. But also you raised a question about African countries to getting regulations without slowing or stifling innovation. And I believe that, agility or agile regulation should be something that we look into. Regulation is increasingly treated as an interactive process rather than a permanent restriction. So far, for example, using shorter feedback loops and temporary experimental clauses allows government to sort of have trials and assess and adjust laws as the market realities shift. And then you look at the co-creation and stakeholder engagement. Bureaucrats and policymakers often look at the technical context needed to craft effective rules and regulations. So in order to bridge this gap, perhaps modern governance relies on soft law instruments like labs, crowdsourcing, and direct consultation with engineers and scientists before laws are finalized. So consultation, again, I wish to sort of underline it, is very important with key players in the sector. Outcome-focused regulations wherein, rather than dictating how specific technology should be built, regulators prescribe what measurable results must be achieved. And this ensuring user privacy and safety, of course, and system safety. And the value with this, or the importance with this, it removes prescriptive red tape, giving engineers and developers the flexibility to invent creative and efficient ways to meet legal standards. So those are my thoughts, Advocate, when it comes to your question, specific question.
So Mr. Kabai is really advocating for light touch harmonization rather than rigid uniform regulation, which means aligning the countries on a shared baseline principle, such as licensing standards, spectrum coordination, data governance, while still allowing flexibility for national innovation and differing levels of capacity. So we are not going hard on uniform regulation, but just lightly harmonizing it. Thank you. Mr. Noye, what are the biggest legal or institutional gaps still limiting effective implementation of national space policies across Africa?
Thank you once again. So I'll start by leaning very strongly towards what Mr. Etin Ofion actually said. I think what he said is very instructive in when you look at the formation of Africa's Space Agency. I like to think that that agency was put in place to be like some sort of harmonization of all of Africa's space program, if you like. So it means that if we have a consolidated effort from that agency, I mean, we were able to do wonders. So it is instructive for me because it feels like we have a lot of policy on paper, and then we have a lot of strategy documents, sometimes even long-term vision. Like there's the example of the Africa's Space Agency, the licensing regime in Nigeria, the satellites launched by Senegal, I think sometime in 2024. And if you look at all of these things, you still find that Africa's space economy still accounts for about 4 to 5%, or I think less than 5% of global space economy. And for me, it's not, it's more of a governance problem. So I will just highlight a few of them, and I probably will recommend one of the things that we can do in that direction. So first off, listening to all the speakers in the first round, what the Kenyan representative said was very much instructive. There was a lot of talks about policies and policies. And I think she mentioned the fact that Kenya had ratified some of the United Nations treaties. But you find that most or a lot of spacefaring nations in Africa do not have a robust legislative framework. And that's because as a practitioner or as a student of international law, one of the things that we have actually learned is that if you're not careful, in many cases, policies don't carry the weight of law. It's, I'll give you an example. There's something we call the draft articles of the International Law Commission that was put in place in the year 2004. A lot of authors of international law are still very much divided on that article as regards, does it have a binding force of law, or is it merely advisory in nature? So for me, that's a bit of an issue, because if you're going to have space activity and that entire spectrum management, I think we should start to shift away from policies. Policies should be assistive at best. We need to have a sound governance framework, which is one thing that if you see how the EU operates generally, especially with regards to its own space agency, that's one issue that I've been able to probably have a firm grasp of. So we need to have more detailed space legislation. I mean, Egypt, for instance, I'm not aware that Egypt has like a robust space legislation. It's still the same policies and review of policy frameworks. The same goes for countries like Algeria, Angola, Kenya. A lot of African countries are in the pipeline in terms of having to work towards a robust legal framework. So it seems to me like that action needs to be concluded really quickly so that we know what we are up against. Now, even for countries that have the legal framework put in place, it's one thing to have a law, and it's another thing to have the proper regulatory capacity. So that also is something we need to look quite strongly into. I'll give you an instance. If you say you want to put in place licensing procedures and frameworks for how satellites are supposed to be fabricated, maybe the environment under which they are supposed to be fabricated, you want to put in place rules for launch and all of that. It means you must have people that have sound knowledge in that direction. So when somebody is fabricating a satellite and it's not doing the right thing, the regulator is supposed to be able to say, hey, pause on this part, recalibrate on this part. But how do you do that if you do not have a lot of knowledge in that particular direction? Another institutional gap we're having is the issue of financing. So in 2024, the whole of Africa's budget with regards to space programs, as it were, was less than $500 million. And that's for an entire continent. And that is opposed to European Space Agency's $8 billion budget for the same period. So I don't mean this from a point of comparison, but it's just to shine a light on the gap that we actually have in terms of where we are at and how much we are able to deploy, especially as government. That's why for us in Nigeria, we're tending to see how to move away from too much dependence on government funding of space programs and see how it can be a full private sector driven project. America, for instance, averages investments in the region of 15 to $20 billion on a near daily basis. So you tend to find that a country who is spending at that level, you naturally not expect us to have like the same sort of output. Then my near final point will be that issue of fragmented regional coordination. And for me, it has now been brought to light by the contribution of Mr. Etin at the last round. So all these things suggest that we have to go back and put in place a few things. Like while we have national space legislation for the countries that have, personally, I would have thought that an organization such as ECOWAS that coordinates African and West African states now might also be leaning towards having a space protocol or a space legislation in that direction to see how to harmonize West Africa first, while we then move into the larger body. Because for me, I'm up for Africa partnering with Africans, Africa partnering and collaborating with Africa in terms of expanding what we have. Then a final concern I'll probably note is the fact that from everything I have seen in terms of how we operate our space system, we do not have enough sovereignty, even over the data that we are actually currently collecting. And for me, that's a very integral point because data is, I'm tempted to say data is life as far as this century that we live in is concerned. So all of those data that we gather from our satellites in orbit, are they principally being kept, being engineered, being stored, and the process of sharing all of this data, is the infrastructure for sharing captured and held down by Africans for Africa? Because if we do not get to that point, at the risk of struggling everything and trying to prevent foreign participation, data is very key. So it's very important that in everything we're doing, we should have issues of data sovereignty at the core of it. So these for me are like the two gaps I have been able to identify. So I would just say in wrapping up that there's a need for countries who are yet to put in place a robust space law that is an entire law on its own, and have that in place so that the issue of governance can be properly taken care of and harnessed. Only then can we start to see substantial improvements, especially in terms of the revenue that we are able to get from the whole of space activities. Then, of course, there's a need for a lot more regional cooperation. Whatever the issues are at Africa Space Agency level, whatever framework issues, whatever governance issues, I think that it should be at our heart to immediately start to try to work towards resolving them for better benefit of space to all of us in Africa. That would be my intervention, Uncle. Thank you so much.
Okay, so the two things that stand out would be a mismatch between ambitious national space policies and the absence of fully developed regulatory frameworks and enforcement capacity. And the other one you said is funding and weak integration between space policies and the broader national development planning. And then the next question is to Ms. Anurite. Regional collaboration is often discussed as essential. In practical terms, what kind of partnerships or shared frameworks would make the greatest difference for African states today?
Thank you, Advocate. So considering the huge cost, complexity, and the risk of conducting space activities, I believe no one can deny the power of partnership and collaboration. And as of now, the key success that happened in space were from the collaboration. And I believe most of the challenges that African countries are facing can be solved through the collaboration. So there are many things that can be done in this, but I want to focus on these key things. If African countries have an effective African institutional framework that enables African countries to have one voice so that it can be heard on space global community, that would be a great, that would be great for anything that can happen to the African continent, because even if many countries from Africa are participating in a space forum, I don't think there is, it is like where we are, it is not enough. So we need to have like other different parts of the world, we need to have like a way of communicating what we want and where we want to what we want to achieve. So even if we have African space agents, as of now, maybe there is some different issues that has been tackled from the previous presenters. So we want to have like something which is strong so that it can be representing the whole African countries in different forum. Another thing is if we have like, if I believe that African countries, in our culture, we have something like we have known for the sharing, but when it comes to the important things, I don't know why we don't do that. For example, if we have a framework of sharing space infrastructure, data and information, I think that would be something very that can make a big difference, because everyone in this room knows how the data, space data, something which is very expensive. So if we can have like that framework of sharing those space infrastructure, data, and information, I think everyone maybe can bring a portion and someone else bring a portion, and we can have something which is big, and we can, so that we can achieve more. But since everyone is working on so on, I don't see achieving something very big. Another thing that I want to highlight, it's collaboration in capacity building and scientific research. So I think many countries are having a lack of skilled people in space sector, and once you don't have the right people in place, it is very hard for a country to develop the national space program and activities. So if African countries can have a way of maybe sharing knowledge, having like the common research project, I think this can bring a remarkable change in terms of how we can perceive space activities in Africa. Another thing, it's if we can have like a regional satellite constellations. So even if there are different there are different solution that to bring down the cost of launching a satellite, but still considering that many African countries are considered developing countries, it is not easy for every country to be able to launch a satellite. but if we can bring all our muscles so that we can have like a constellation, Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, if we can be able to bring all our muscles together, I think we can achieve more. Because the use of satellite technology is no longer something which is a privilege. So in any way, we need to find a way to put our effort together so that we can be able to navigate our challenge that we are facing because of not having enough funds to conduct space activities that can bring difference to the lives of our people. So I think those are the key things that I'd like to mention, even if they are main things. But I think if we can solve like an issue of where we can channel our communication, where we can channel our voice, if we could be able to share the key infrastructure and data, again, being able to share the knowledge and the capacity that we are having scattered in different countries, as well as having the key main projects around maybe the satellite concession, that would be, I think that would be making a big impact to how Africa is perceiving, or just how is positioning itself in conducting space activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Anaride. We must reduce duplication, create shared infrastructure, and regulatory and technical standards. Thank you. Ms. Rachel Olore, as more African countries enter the space sector, how should government balance national interest, commercial growth, and international obligations?
Thank you, Ms. Ichi, for that question. And while I was thinking about this question, we must appreciate the fact that space as a domain has that aspect of being a strategic imperative, and we should also appreciate the fact that different countries have different priorities. But reflecting on this from an African perspective, we must look at Africa's greatest assets, which lies in its people, our unique identity, our history, our shared values, and the conditions for the continent's promise to be fully realized by focusing on solutions for Africans. And reflecting on that, by virtue of our shared history, our identity, our values, I think we can be able to have solutions that meets our needs, solutions that addresses our challenges. And to respond further to that, the answer to this question lies in international collaboration, and collaboration in the sense that Africans, we see more collaborations from Africans. I think that will sort of align the priority issues and the challenges that Africans are facing as a region. And when we talk about collaboration, it's so easy to just get into collaboration, but we have to reflect on this. Are we getting into efficient and effective collaboration that addresses our key priority areas? So for me, the takeaway point is let's engage in collaborations as Africans that are effective and that are efficient, that addresses our priority needs. Mr. Kabai talked about the regional bodies, and I believe they can be instrumental in addressing some of the issues that Africa as a continent is facing. Then the other thing is, how do we align policy with space industry development, as This will ensure that there is innovation while also ensuring that there are checks and balances that meet the international standards for conducting space activities. Regulations should not be a deterrent and should not curtail the growth of the space sector. And I think those are some of the issues that I picked when I was thinking about this question. Our shared values, our commitment as Africans should enable us to narrow down our priority areas. And once we have these priority areas, we can be able to move the space economy as Africans and ensure that we are collaborating while also maintaining the best standards that are prescribed for governance of space activities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm looking at the time. I'm going to give one more question to Mr. Etim Ofio. If you could identify one strategic priority that should unite African space stakeholders over the next 5 years, what would it be and why?
Well, quite an interesting question. I think my answer is already can be deduced from my earlier intervention. What I think is or should be a priority is for us to revisit the governance documents, the African Space Policy and Strategy, the statutes, because those documents are not only for the African Space Agency. In fact, the original intent was that those the provisions there will be domesticated at the national level. So starting with the statutes, I think we should review the statutes. In fact, for me, Article 1, in fact, the very first item on that statute, for me, it's an issue. That item says the African Space Agency will be an organ of the AU. That alone has a problem. The AU has three, in terms of bodies, three types. You can be an organ, you can be a specialized technical office, or you can be a specialized agency. Each of them has pros and cons. Because of time, I can't go into that now. But the ideal structure is for the agency to be a specialized, the African Space Agency to be a specialized agency where it's semi-autonomous. It's similar, this is space, it's similar to aviation. If you look at the aviation sector, we have AFCAC, African Civil Aviation Commission. It's a specialized agency. It has its own way of operating. It's not under the AUC per se. But as it is now, the African Space Agency, I'm trying to be careful with the words I use, but I just feel that the best way is for it to be a specialized agency. I think that should be revisited. And actually, if you compare it with what happens outside, look at the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union. It was established before the UN. But when there was going to be a sort of an agreement, ITU was not brought under the UN. It's a specialized agency of the UN because spectrum management is a big issue, it's a difficult issue. So you don't bring it under the UN. Africa, we copy a lot of things from Europe. ESA, when, of course, European Union got interested in space, but there was also this discussion, should ESA be a part of the EU? No, ESA still stands separate from the EU with their different rules. I think we need to redesign the statutes such that the African Space Agency will become a specialized agency similar to AFCAC, not the current structure. That, for me, is the #1 priority. The second one is related to that, which is the African Space Policy and Strategy. It's 10 years now since those documents were adopted. I think it's time to review it. Many issues have come up over the past 10 years. Many technologies, when it was first adopted, the 4 thematic priority areas were more of applications: satellite communication, navigation, astronomy, Earth observation. But many other things are being discussed now. Space situational awareness, space security, which we are going to discuss tomorrow. Those are things that we need to find a way to bring into the African space policy and strategy. And for us at ASLI, we have initiated a process. We do this colloquium annually on the African Outer Space Program. And the theme for this year is actually to bring these issues around the African space policy and strategy and see where the gaps and kind of prefer sort of recommendations. The colloquium is in August, so if you, it will be another, maybe it will be like a follow-up for this event. So for me, those are the two major things that we should focus on as a continent and even at the national level. Once those things are fixed, because like as we've discussed, the agency is like a coordinating body. It's like a platform for collaboration for Africa. But once the foundation has issues, then whatever I want to build on it will definitely have issues in future. So I'm happy to discuss this because I know we are limited, time is limited, so we can only go into details now. But I just want us to pick those documents. You know, these are lawyers and policy experts here. In fact, just like what McGill is doing for the UN documents, we need people to pick up the past decisions of the African Union, the heads of state, and look at what has been the decisions relating to space. Have they been implemented? If they've been implemented, what has been the impact? If they've not, what are the gaps why are they not implemented? And when I say space now, I'm not just saying space in terms of outer space, but also thematic areas like communication, like navigation, astronomy, education, capacity building, economy. They are all related to space. So we need to find out how we've been sparing over this process so that we're not just having meetings, we're not just having discussions, talks, recommendations, whereas what we've agreed on before, what we've recommended before, no action has been done on that. So let's do a review process first, and then we can now start moving forward. So that's I really appreciate this conference, the inaugural conference, and I'm believing that it will be an annual meeting so that these discussions can continue on a more regular basis. Thank you.
Yes, I think that requires a different platform altogether and a whole day. Yeah, I think we have reached our time. I don't think we'll have time for questions unless you allow us 5 minutes. So we can take 2 questions from the panel, if there are any from, yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for allowing me to ask a question. I know we're a bit on a time crunch. My question is for Mr. David. You mentioned that there are young people who want to enter the space law sector and policy sector, but they don't have influence. What do you think young people, especially young African lawyers, can do to position themselves to have influence, and where do you believe they should start in making that happen?
Right. Yeah, thank you for that question. That's actually quite important. There are 3 ways in which I believe this can happen, and it comes from understanding that space law is primarily, specifically, mostly from the government level, and it trickles down. But there can be some other things that can be done. So first, I believe that there needs to be some kind of structured secondments. These could come from national space agencies and different regulatory bodies. You know, SANSA here in South Africa, NASDA in Nigeria, RSA in Rwanda, KSA in Kenya, and others. So all these should establish some kind of formal secondment program where law students and even young and early career lawyers can be, put within a certain program where they can spend, let's say, 6 to 12 months, where they're embedded in actual policy teams, So they're not just fetching coffee or whatever, they are working on actual, documents of that nature. And then the second way could be through law school integration, right? So that different law schools around the continent do not just need to have a small elective, let's say usually at a master's level, and a small workshop here and there. The faculties on the continent, they should be offering space law as either as a module within international law, telecommunications law, etc., to equip those students. And some universities have begun doing that. I know that the University of Pretoria has a program of that kind right now. I know that Makerere University in Uganda also has a program at master's level now of that kind. And I believe also that this conference should be producing a recommendation to that effect. And then lastly, that could be from forming formal youth advisory mechanisms that have real mandates. So when you have a conference like this, for example, there needs to be a structured body, something like what we have within the SGSC, a formal observer status kind of thing, where young people can make actual recommendations, and those recommendations can be followed up, and there is a follow-up mechanism, so that the next version of that event that happens, the organizers or the bodies that are concerned can be put to task of, okay, so this is what we suggested last time, what has been done, what is not working, how can we make it better, something like that, so that you have real actionable engagement by young people in these programs. So I would also think that the AU space program right now as it is, there should be some kind of revision where some kind of mandate where national bodies should have formal youth-related advisory bodies that are not just ad hoc, but are actual, they are there, and it allows for young people to also give their thoughts and work on actual policy documents, on actual, that way they can build the confidence of young people to become even better and to make better decisions in the future. So that's what I think would work. Yeah. Welcome.
So the youth must be treated as stakeholders in shaping frameworks, not just as beneficiaries of technical programs. Yeah, we should take note. One last question? No more questions? Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for my panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel. Thank you to the moderator. Thank you to the panelists. Can we just give them one more hand of applause, please? And as said, in the spirit of the conference, we do, where possible, attempt to facilitate discussions. For those attending online, I just want to take note of the contributions that you've made over the previous two panels. Those questions have been noted. I've actually noticed that Mr. Offiong has actually put it upon himself to respond to some of those questions, so we thank you for that as well. I was going to ventilate one, but it was actually then answered by Mr. Offiong in his closing remarks regarding the African Space Agency. And I think it's also just a reminder to us, because we must also remember that this is the inaugural African Air Policy and Law Conference. So we also need to be patient with ourselves. We're going to attempt to solve it overnight. That is unfortunately not going to be the case, but it is on us to use the spark. There's a line that says it only takes a spark to get a fire going. I think it is on each one of us to then continue to let that fire burn through collaboration with private sector and government agencies. As David has said, that academia, where I come from, for us to continue to build and contribute towards incorporating our young Africans on the continent. So it's just a reminder to us, yes, that we have burning questions. We want to have the robust discussions, but let's take that one step further by collaborating with each other. But once again, thank you very much to our moderator, our panelists. We'll now break for tea. And that tea is until 3:30, but I kindly ask that, if possible, we are all back in the venue by 3:25. Thank you. Good afternoon, delegates. I see the room is looking a bit light at the moment, but for the sake of time and to keep the train running on time, we will commence with our final substantive panel for day one. Panel 3, titled Commercial Space Activities, Africa's Interactions in the Global Space Ecosystem. And this afternoon, I have the privilege of handing over to a fellow academic and a senior professor that publishes, and his work is widely used in space, based at the University of the Northwest. Professor Erlang, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for moderating this very important and crucial panel. And thank you to your panelists as well for joining you. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Reese. And as the room shows, this is the graveyard shift. We've lost, I think, 2/3 of the people, and hopefully there will be a revival and they'll join us in a moment or two. But as stated, this is a session focusing on commercial space activities. And this is something that lies close to my heart. I've been dealing with this for about 15 years. My focus is on property aspects in space law. So I wrote about owning a piece of the moon before the US came in and said, this is how they're going to do it. So yeah, interesting story. I presented at the Toulouse grouping, and the people let me talk, and then afterwards they told me it's all good and well, but it's against the law, so we can't do that. But yet we're now moving towards that. But today is not about me, it's not about what I have written, it is about our panelists, and we're going to discuss, I believe, more than resources. Before we get to that, to liven things up, it's going to be a little bit different. We're going to attempt to do something almost impossible. We're going to take 3 themes, and each panelist is going to get 3 minutes to answer a question. And what I will be doing is, after 3 minutes, I'm going to stop the panelist and we're going to move on to the next one. All the questions are also different, but as space law goes, and as I tell my students when I teach them, it all comes together in the end, and there's a lot of duplication. So you might hear things that have been discussed already this morning, but repetition in this case is good. So perhaps 2 or 3 thoughts as we go into this last session. The first one is about whether it's good to join, or which to join, the Artemis Accords or the ILRS. And as we have now seen that both Thailand and Senegal has joined both. And this is, I think, the way to go forward. Make sure that you are active and getting into the sandbox so that you can play. Now, talking about the sandbox, if you're not sitting in the sandbox, you're not going to be benefiting from playing with the sand. And also, if you don't bring your own toys, you're not going to be playing at all. So I think this is where we're going this afternoon in terms of commercial space activities. I think we're moving away from state actors doing the things, playing in a sandbox, and we're moving towards private entities and private persons, private actors. So this is where the action is going forward. So with that being said, let's start quickly. I'm going to ask the panelists to introduce themselves quickly in 1 or 2 minutes per panelist. And just a note for our panelists joining online, Antonino, I'm going to move you to the bottom of the list. So after the 5th person has introduced themselves, that will be Joan Chisoni. Please introduce yourself. Thank you. Okay, and with that being said, let's go over to our first panelist.
Thank you, Mr. Erlang.
Apologies, Advocate Mike. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you, Reese. Thank you, Professor Erlang, and thank you, Reese, and thank you to McGill's University and University of Pretoria for convening this conference. As I said, for those who didn't hear, for a moment I thought I was on the wrong panel, but I'm very happy to hear I'm on the right panel. So I'm Advocate Yvette Barrington Brown. I am the co-founder and CEO of Newcraft Aerospace. and the Cape Constellation, and we are based in Somerset West in Cape Town. My background is in law, governance, strategic policy, and today my work sits at the intersection of industrialization, commercial space development, sovereign capability, and regulatory strategy. A lot of my work in the private legal sector was working for and with government, and I gained a lot of experience helping government understand where they fit into their statutory mandate. And when they didn't, there was litigation, and then I had to represent government there. But the Cape Constellation, more about it, is an ecosystem enabler and venture engine focused on building future African space industries by connecting startups, industry, academia, government, investors, technical talent in a collaborative manner. Newcraft Aerospace is a satellite systems integration and advanced manufacturing company focused on sovereign capability development. We support African nations and companies by building both satellites, both for them and with them, while enabling them to retain their own intellectual property. So we are African-based, we build for Africa, and we build with Africa. I don't think anything shouts sovereign more than that. For me, commercial space in Africa is ultimately about far more than space itself. It is about infrastructure, industrialization, economic resilience, and ensuring that Africa participates in the global space economy, and not merely as a consumer or a customer, but increasingly as a producer and strategic partner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Dennis Krasra from Uganda Space Agents. I serve as regular drafting and translation analyst, and I am in charge of developing the regulatory frameworks, considering that the Uganda Space Agents is a government institution that was vested with the regulatory power for the space activities, and those are the commercial space activities in Rwanda. So we developed the legal instrument for that purpose. Thank you.
Very good afternoon. My name is Ria. Nonyana Mokabani is my surname. I'm a legislation drafter. I work for the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, where I draft commercial laws. I'm recently assigned at the Commission, which is the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment. It is an agency that is under the DTIC. I also co-lead an intergovernmental process together with DECO on drafting an international legally binding treaty on business and human rights. I also chair the Africa Regional Partnership on enterprises reporting around areas of sustainability and also sustainable development goals. My connection in the area of commercial space works. I preside over the Africa Regional Moot Courts in the area of space law. I also led an authorization process for South Africa's very first commercial satellite that was launched in 2023, which is called AgriSat. And recently I got appointed as the Deputy Chair of the South African Council for Space Affairs. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Jamie Hendricks, and I'm a legal advisor here at the Department of International Relations and Cooperation on international law. And I deal with the space file as one of many that are on my desk. And my primary role is to engage in the legal subcommittee of the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. But as legal advisors here, we also scrutinize from a legal perspective all bilateral and multilateral agreements that bind the Republic. And so I also review the various outer space cooperation agreements that we conclude with various countries. And then within DERCO, we also have a peaceful uses desk, so that's separate from the legal one. And then we also have a desk that deals with disarmament in outer space and non-proliferation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joan Chasoni, and I am a State Counsel for the Republic of Kenya. I'm one of the founding directors for the Kenya Space Agency, just having completed my tour of duty last November. While at Kenya Space Agency, I was the chair of the governance board, so it was my role to shepherd the legal and regulatory drafting of the Kenya space law, as well as a revision of the policy. I think my former colleague Rachel has just spoken about the history and where we are at as Kenya currently. So my current assignments are aerospace advisory, legal aerospace advisory at the National Treasury. And my current big project related to commercial space law is around Kenyans' aspirations towards construction of our first spaceport. We are currently in the transaction advisory phase of things, and so it's quite an exciting project, and I'm very passionate about really structuring transactions that bring in more private capital into development of infrastructure projects for government. So this is a good example of that, and yeah, I'm happy to be on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Trying to come from online. I don't know if you can hear me.
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So my name is Dr. Antonino Salmeri. I'm a space lawyer specialized in the governance of space resources and lunar activities. Currently, I work as director of the Lunar Policy Platform, which is the first and so far only multinational group dedicated to promoting policies and standards for peaceful, safe, and sustainable lunar activities on a global level, working with all stakeholders. I also have the privilege of working as expert advisor on lunar governance and intergenerational dialogue for the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs, and regularly attend the different sessions of COPUS, contributing to various work streams in there, including the Action Team on Lunar Activities consultations, ATLAC, the Working Group on the Legal Aspects of Space Resources, and many others. And just like everybody else, I'm very happy to be on this panel and contribute to a very important and meaningful discussion that needs to happen in the African continent about space law and policy, and particularly in this case, the intersection with the commercial space industry, also in the field that I am more specialized in, which is resources and lunar activities. So thank you for having me, and looking forward to an exciting discussion.
Thank you very much. So you can see, everyone, we've got a very exciting overview of panelists dealing with a lot of different areas of expertise. So what we'll do now is I'm going to ask a singular opening question. I'm going to ask each paneler to speak to that same question briefly. And when we finish with that, we will move on to the three themes. And I think for this first question, let's go the same route as we did, going down the desk here and ending with Dr. Salmeri. So the question we have is, what is the most significant opportunity and the most pressing constraint for Africa in global commercial space activities?
Thank you for that interesting question, Professor. So Africa's biggest opportunity, I believe, is to position itself not merely as a consumer of space services, but as a globally competitive industrial and operational partner in the space economy. We've heard that said before. We have the demand drivers. We have the young workforce. Africa has one of the youngest workforces in the world. We increasingly have the technical capability to participate across the value chain. And from a manufacturing and we also have the manufacturing and downstream applications on the globe. So from an, sorry, on the continent. So from an industry point of view, we are not passive, but we are active participants. The companies situated in Somerset West, they are in Joburg as well, but the companies that I know of, we are actively participating in the conferences globally. In my experience in the space industry for the past 9 years, I've seen how companies, how fewer, back then there were fewer companies, and how many companies are now representing on the global platform. And I've seen how that companies grow as well. So we are active participators, as I've said. The constraints, I think this morning and this afternoon session has definitely highlighted the constraints. And for me, the greatest constraint is the fragmentation. We have fragmented and outdated, dare I say, outdated policies, fragmented regulations, fragmented infrastructure, and fragmented investment ecosystems. Ethan, on the previous panel, spoke about the internal governance issues of the AU, which is a hindrance to performing their mandates. The representative from Rwanda spoke about how all the African countries should partner together, how we should share our resources, and there should be talent and knowledge skills transfer. And I've just come from a conference in Amsterdam where even at that level, at European level, they are recognizing that not all countries can afford to own the infrastructure. It should be shared. And likewise, on the African continent, not every single country has got to own the infrastructure. It can be shared. From an industry point of view, a clean room for testing costs in the region of 8 to 13 million. And if you have a clean room the size of New Space, I'm not going to reveal how much that costs, but it's in the double digits. A vibration machine for testing costs 5 million. If you're that company, then fantastic. I mean, that's where you got to go. But if you're a startup, how do you do that? If you are a space agency new into the space race, how do you afford it? The only answer is to work together in a consolidated way so that we can compete globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. The opportunities in Africa are the demand and the marketability of space technology. If there is a continent that needs space solutions, is Africa. For instance, for decision making and the policy formulation that is based on reliable information through Earth observation solutions, it's Africa, and that makes it a continent with marketability of space solutions. Secondly, if you see how the world is becoming digital and the required digitalization, and considering that there is many remote areas in Africa, the satellite connectivity plays an important role to fix the issue, and that also may increase the demand of those space solutions. So the demand and the marketability are the opportunities, and plus the fact that space is for all. If space was not for everyone, it would be hard for Africa to access those space solutions. Regarding the constraints, there are diverse constraints, but the underlying one is the lack of political will and coordination. If those are solved, other issues also would be, other constraints would be fixed. Thank you.
Professor Frank Erlang, my response is not different from my colleagues. It's like when you want to kill a cat. There are different ways. You can put it in an oven, you can hang it on a tree, you can tramp on it. But all the same, let me say, Africa's greatest opportunity in global space for me is to use space technology as a driver of economic development in areas of connectivity, where we can respond better in a climate crisis. In agriculture, like I said earlier, South Africa launched the very first commercial space satellite, and it was called AgriSat in the area of agriculture. We can also tap into an area of border security and also innovation. But what I'm gunning for, or my zeal or wish for Africa, is that we need to build an African-owned space economy instead of remaining only a consumer of foreign technology. I believe that our continent has an advantage of strategic geography. We are a young talent, and also there is a growing demand for satellite services and data. However, because our strategic location, we all know it has a history of having rather attracted colonial control, including apartheid. Our continent remains largely service-driven rather than industrialized. And for me, that is a problem, which I believe it bred persistent challenges. And among others, I'm going to include there's actually weak governance in the African continent. There is actually fragmentation of policy coordination in the African continent, limited investment. There is dependence on foreign infrastructure and funding, and that is not good. And I should openly say that that actually can, in a sense, slow our competition or meaningful participation in the global space, and also bar us from retaining our own scientific and technical expertise. Thank you, Prof.
Just picking up from where Dr. Maria left off, and I love cats, so it's mine is not about killing cats. I once had 6 cats, but that's a story for another day. I want to say I really, it's almost like we're all thinking along the same lines, and I want to add to that. And the fact is that our downstream market in Africa is it's a lucrative market. I think I was trying to look for some reliable numbers, and I think I saw that we're now past value of $25 billion US and heading towards $40 billion by 2030. But I mean, this is a drop in the ocean compared to what we have as the global space economy, which is estimated to be at a value of about $1 trillion by 2030. I mean, we're only doing $40 billion. So more needs to be done. And I think the thing is, in order for us to move from being a consumer, which means simply being a downstream market, if we want to participate in upstream markets as well, then you have to move towards being a producer. But this requires investment. It requires investment in assets, and that requires capital. And so the opportunity is precisely that there is room for us to actually develop those systems and move from simply being consumers to actually being producers. But in that, there is a constraint. And it's something that I've noticed for some of the long-term infrastructure projects that I've been involved in, and that is this thing called bankability of our transactions within the African continent. Most of the times, anyone who's dealt with finance and whether it is donor-funded projects, commercial borrowing, etc., you'll notice that according to the rating that we have as African countries, credit and capital are extremely expensive. And this is because of the risk profile attached to Africa as a continent. So how do we de-risk? How do we move past this constraint? Going back to what the previous panel was talking about is critical. Certainty in your legal and regulatory regimes goes a long way towards de-risking access to capital. So I think for me, that's
something that as Africans we have to think about. We've been talking about our sovereignty in various terms, but we really need to go down to the nitty-gritties, the elements. You know, after all, space really is about money. If you don't have the money, he who has the gold, precisely. Thank you.
How we could elevate our commercial space economies strategically in light of what's happening and what other countries are doing. And we should do so strategically and on terms that benefit the African continent's development. So we often look at outer space and we see crewed missions and rovers going up. And as Africa, we feel that we are not there. That's not what we're doing, and that we are lagging behind. I think that at this present time, we may not have the means and ability to have those prestigious activities, and we should certainly aim for those in the future. But at present, there are a number of advantages that Africa has in supporting those missions. And I think we need to be a bit more strategic about how we can tap into our commercial activities to support those prestigious so-called missions. One factor that works in Africa's advantage is our geographic position. It's valuable for ground stations, for tracking, for data reception, equatorial access, and observation of the southern skies. So in fact, the recent Artemis 2 lunar mission was supported from South Africa as well. And I think it may be the site we will be visiting tomorrow, but I stand under correction. But certainly we've got, it is, I see in the audience. So we do have that capability, right? And the question is how do we tap into that? How do we position ourselves as Africa with the different advantages that we have? The second aspect is what's also been mentioned today repeatedly, our young population. And coupled with that is also the leapfrog legacy infrastructure that we have in the space, in outer space activities. So we may not have been part of the initial big rocket assembly and missions going up, but we're now at a stage where our space-based applications could be used to leapfrog Africa and to develop new technologies. So that's certainly an aspect that we should be focusing on. But the opportunities will only be realized if we collaborate internationally, and this has to be with experienced spacefaring nations, but also amongst emerging space nations ourselves. And this is to build capacity and access to technology and to develop regulatory expertise, which is what we are doing over this period in the next 2 days. And I would say the most pressing constraint is the uneven capacity on the continent and lack of coordination that we face. So many African countries are still building their domestic regulatory frameworks, but they are in the process of doing that. And I think there are some green shoots in that respect. So we must on the continent build capacity, but we must also shape the rules internationally because they do impact us and they will impact us as our space missions become more complex and more complicated. So we can't wait until we master that kind of technology before we participate, in the global discussions and cooperate internationally. So I would end there for now. Thank you.
Thanks. I think I'm next, unless I'm missing someone in the panel. Much of has already been said. That's one of the beauties and curses of being last to speak in a panel that is so full of rich perspectives. And I think great colleagues have addressed pretty much everything that I could say. I think I want to reemphasize some points that I consider to be the most valuable in terms of the opportunities. I fully agree that the workforce is probably what Africa really has compared to as a unique selling spot compared to other countries these days. You have a young population, very motivated, very eager to do things, and that could be easily trained and become one of the most specialized and powerful workforces in the world. So I definitely would consider that as the opportunity and untapped potential that you can leverage if organized properly. The constraint is definitely time for me in a way that you are a continent that is catching up on many things. And of course, you have urgent priorities. We have heard already about agriculture, earth observation. Those are clearly the most relevant and impactful application for the lives of people in the African continent. But there is so much going on in space right now that you don't want to miss as well. And where do we need the input and contributions of the African continent? Like I mentioned before, I work in a field that is considered to be quite forward thinking, and yet activities are already happening on the moon, including from startups. Resources may be extracted as of 2030. And so you may want to be part of that conversation, but it's time is your constraint because there is only so much you can do in a given day, in a given year. And so distributing your resources effectively is probably something that I would highly recommend as a focus, and making sure that you're not losing track of things that you may regret in the future.
Thank you to our panelists. So I'm not going to summarize everything every time, but what I hear here is that there is a hunger and a capability from a commercial perspective to act in space. And what we do have is a need, of course, to make this happen. On the other hand, we do have that mandate that there must be regulation and oversight. So I think it's a little bit about the balance between that regulation and the policies and the frameworks not standing in the way of commercialization and activities. But on the other hand, not having a case of a flag of convenience where you've got one country, for example, allowing launches without actual oversight, or when things go wrong, without the ability to pay up in terms of the liability convention. So with that in mind, let's move to the first theme. And this deals with Africa in the global space economy. And the overarching question here is Africa shaping the global commercial space agenda or primarily responding to it? And I've got a specific question for each panelist. And please allow me to go down my list as I have it written down in front of me. So we're going to be jumping around, but I will name you and the question so you know it's directed at you. Otherwise, it's going to be like a shotgun approach. So I will start, incidentally, with Advocate Barrington Brown. From industry, is Africa competing globally or still entering the market? And I'm now starting the timer for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Professor. I think it depends on who's answering that question for you and where on the African continent you are. From my point of view and from South Africa, and specifically Somerset West, where there are at least 5 space manufacturing companies, I can definitely say we have our presence and our presence is known on the global market. So for instance, New Space Systems, which was founded by my husband, he's not in that business anymore. That company in a space of 13 years has got 10,000 components on 2,500 satellites, right? So of all the satellites up in orbit, excluding what Starlink is doing, South African components from that company is on 20% of the satellites. So it's very hard, comparatively, it's very hard, and I invite a European company to match that. So from a South African point of view, yes, we definitely are competing globally. We are building space hardware according to global standards. And our customers like us, they come back. Companies have been in existence for the long term now. But obviously, it's a different story for a startup. So I'm from a startup. I've got two companies. I'm from a startup. It's very different to compete on the global market. You actually have to go there, and that's expensive. And if you don't have that money, what do? You wait for government funds? Chicken and egg. But like I've said, countries in South Africa already possess advanced aerospace, electronics, manufacturing, and engineering capability. What we need now is to actually scale. We need policy certainty and coordinated industrial ecosystems. And these themes are coming through repeatedly in conversations. I started out by saying depends on who's answering these questions and where you are on the African continent. And my observations going to various conferences, and specifically the New Space Africa conference that was held in Gabon recently, I'm very excited to hear that space leaders in other African countries are now participating actively and investing in space manufacturing, which is upstream, as well as downstream, and investing in human capital development. So Africa is increasingly moving towards meaningful participation as designers, producers, manufacturers, and operators, and hopefully owners on the global market. Well timed there.
Well timed. Thank you very much. It's a little bit like whose line is it anyway? The points don't matter. Okay, so Dr. Salmeri, we're jumping back to you now. To what extent are African priorities reflected in global policy processes?
Thank you. And that's a fairly complex question to answer, right? Because there's so many processes where, again, these views need to be reflected. I would say better than 10 years ago, but still far from being fully reflected. There is many conversations these days happening at the UN Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space that deal with a number of topics, from space traffic to space debris to new space regulation, space resources, and lunar governance. And as I frequently attend these conversations, I see gradually the number of African countries participating, but that number is still very limited, very low. And so I would say that they are not fully reflected, also because probably they are not fully formed as well. I think I've heard already in this panel and also previously the need for more uniformity and policy coordination in terms of what are the priorities that Africa wishes to pursue as a continent. Obviously, the establishment of the African Space Agency plays a key role in that, and the African Space Council as well, in helping to figure out what are the common threads that each of the African countries wants to see supported at a more united level. And so I think because of these two reasons, the lack of engagement and the lack of harmonization, we don't really see many African priorities reflected in global policy processes, even though I will say that these processes are open to include these perspectives. And so the United Nations is open to all countries. Each country sits on an equal footing. There is an African group at COPUS, which is more and more active thanks to the leadership of countries like Egypt, for example, and South Africa as well. But I think much more needs to be done. And again, the time to do so it was yesterday, not even now, because most of these policy processes will conclude or at least come to a certain first outcome in 2027. Principles for the governance of space resources, mechanisms for coordinating lunar activities. These things are happening as we speak, and they urgently need African input. And so that again speaks to the call to action and the urgency of these processes. Hopefully 3 minutes as well, even a bit less.
Yes, thank you. A bit less. So we're making time up. Things are going very well. We're moving on to Dr. Nonyana Mokabane. Is Africa asserting regulatory sovereignty in commercial space activities?
Prof, the continent is increasingly asserting its regulatory sovereignty in commercial space activities, but it is still more reactive than dominant. It's not proactive in shaping the global agenda. We need to appreciate the fact that there are major movements that are made by countries like South Africa. What South Africa has been doing was to develop but also review its national space legal prescripts for amendments, including governance frameworks. And all that is done with the aim of protecting not only South Africa's interest, but not only South Africa's interest, but African interest. That is also done in managing the satellites that we have in the outer space and activities that are taking place in the outer space, and also promote local participation in various sectors of the economy, including space. However, the fact that Africa still depends heavily on foreign technology, that limits our bargaining power. I think that's where the problem is. Our real challenge for us is to move from being a market for global space power to becoming a united ruler, maker, and strategic player in the commercial space sector. That's where I'll sum it up. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. This is an exciting day. I am so happy that we can go on. Mr. Hendricks, is there a coherent African diplomatic voice in global space governance?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to pick up on something that Advocate Barrington Brown mentioned. Last year at the National South African Space Conference, the stat was mentioned that about 19% of payloads that go into outer space have one or more South African components in them. And I think that's a very encouraging story. And I think that capability on the African continent is increasing, which is very encouraging. So it's clear that Africa is no longer absent from the global space economy. But I think from where I sit, from a diplomatic perspective, we are not yet shaping the agenda to the extent that we should. So if one looks at COPIA's membership, for instance, there are currently 25 African member states. 3 have joined this year, and that is Cote d'Ivoire, the Gambia, and Zimbabwe. And despite there being about 25 African countries, at this year's session, only 7 made general interventions. So that would be the initial opening statements, which are generally of a political nature. And then on the rest of the agenda items, there were perhaps only 1 or 2 African countries, speaking to the more substantive topics. And these relate to orbital access, equitable, access essentially, the application of international law to small satellites, delimitation of outer space. So these are topics of a developmental nature and that are quite important, but we didn't hear the African voice come out that strongly. So, of course, we are commercializing space-enabled services. And as mentioned earlier, these are not yet these kind of prestige missions. So our economy in Africa is heavily downstream focused, and that's, of course, a huge opportunity, but there's also opportunity in upstream. So much of the global commercial space agenda is still being driven by states and private entities that have significant technological, financial, and industrial capacity. So they're the ones, sitting in the working groups and making the legal inputs. And so we need to shape the agenda, I think, and that happens through a combination of diplomatic, legal, and technical engagement. So at COPIUS and its legal subcommittee, African states should coordinate more deliberately. They should develop common positions and support expert participation. This is also something Advocate Barrington Brown raised earlier. And we should place more concrete proposals on the table. And then also regionally, the African Union, the African Space Agency, and national institutions could help translate these African development priorities into negotiating positions, which is currently absent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hendricks. And I gave you a few extra seconds because you had a little bit of cross commentary there. Mr. Karasira, how does an emerging space nation move from participation to influence?
A country moves from participation to influence when it transitions from a space using nation to a contributor or a spacefaring nation. And this can be achieved through building a strong space ecosystem, through the needed infrastructures, skilled workforce, international cooperation and strategic partnership, as well as favorable policies and regulatory frameworks. Particularly, they have to strengthen the commercialization of space, and instead of merely consuming, there is a need to put emphasis on production. For this to be possible, government of emerging space nations have to put in place mechanism to promote their private sector, and in addition to attracting the foreign investment, they also need to develop local capabilities and encourage innovation through homegrown solutions, homegrown investment, and startup or SMEs. For the private sector to be developed, it does not require those huge companies. Even those startups, even those SMEs can contribute to the economy, considering that the private sector is the main contributor to the space ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we move to Ms. Chisoni. How can Africa leverage economic policy to become a stronger global actor?
Thank you, Professor. So I think I'll start off by saying that the biggest consumers of space data actually are our governments within Africa. And I think because of that, governments also are responsible for shaping economic policy. And I think that governments in Africa should strongly consider, number one, creating policies that make procurement of Africa data and services for Africa and by Africans a priority. And why is this important? Because if we want to move from being just consumers of space data, and move on to being part of the production chain, we need to also structure our markets here in Africa. And to do that, we need to change the policies we have. We need to look towards aggregation of services. And I think the African continental free trade area is a very good initiative where we need to start to think about intertwining it with what our aspirations are when it comes to our space program within Africa. I liked what Tim Efyong said in the previous panel when he said that, and I paraphrase, that it's necessary for us to review the architectural instruments that relate to space governance in Africa, because this is closely tied towards the economic aspirations of the African continent as put out in Agenda 2063. And without that, I don't think that we are going to move very far. So I have to say that I second him on that particular suggestion. Secondly, African governments can consider reviewing the fiscal treatment of space-related projects. So what do I mean by this? We should be looking at space projects the way we look at other strategic projects within our economies, whether it's infrastructure projects, the way we finance our ports, our energy. We should be looking towards creating systems and policies that support the space sector in the very same way. That way, we will already have internal systems that enable us to become a global actor. Well, to conclude, I would say that economic policy is the bridge between our political enthusiasm and bankable projects. And we need to move from talking to actually creating.
Thank you very much to all my panelists. I've got some notes. Perhaps there's a moment right at the end for me to reflect on this, but let's move to theme 2 and keep things going. I see everyone is still awake. That's always good news. So theme 2 deals with regulation, capacity, and commercial growth. And there's an overarching question once again. Are African regulatory and institutional frameworks enabling or constraining commercial space development? And this leads on to the first panelist, once again, Advocate Barrington Brown. What regulatory barriers most affect private sector growth in Africa?
Thank you, Professor. So I want to say that private sector is not waiting for government. That's not business 101. The private sector is growing and it is going to continue to grow. There's an increasing number of rockets being launched, satellites going up into space, and the rocket launchers and the satellite owners are going to want satellite components, and the South African market is providing that because it's a cost-effective environment, and we are good customers. But then it depends on where you are as well on the African continent, like I always say, because for a small company who is dependent on government, be it grants, be it policy, be it launching, if government delays, well, so will that company. But that goes back to business 101 of knowing your market and being able to adapt to that market and provide services for the market. Having said that, for me, the biggest challenges are regulatory uncertainty, the speed at which regulations are developed, and a potential lack of harmonization across African jurisdictions. So again, these are not key principles. We've mentioned it. It's the golden thread that's coming through all the discussions today. For a coordinated space ecosystem to be built, like we've all said, has to happen, there needs to be certain things. There has to be predictable licensing frameworks. There has to be efficient approval timelines. There has to be modernized legislation, spectrum coordination, and regulatory systems aligned with commercial realities. So if you're representing a space agency or a regulatory body, you have got to ask yourself today, am I providing this? If you are not, then why are you not and what are you doing about it? Because like I said, industry is going to grow and the gap between industry and government is going to grow. And what are we going to land up with at the end of the day? We're going to have an unbalanced ecosystem. And the idea is for everybody to be on a level playing field and everybody to grow together. Academia has got to feed into industry. What does industry need? And industry's got to speak to academia. Government has got to grow and the regulatory bodies have got to grow. We all have to grow at the same time. And if we're not doing that, well, then we need to ask ourselves, why do we get out of bed in the morning? Because we are failing Africa and we are failing our Agenda 63 aspirations. I had a lot more to say on that, but I'll end on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate. Yes, so do come with questions during the tea times and the sessions after this. Let's not stop the discussions. Now, moving to Dr. Salmeri, what role do policy platforms play in aligning regulation with innovation?
Thank you for the question. I would say that policy platform and especially entities like LPP, they sit really at the intersection between different stakeholders, right? So in comparison to more formalized governmental bodies, there is a lot of flexibility in the work that we do, given that we are not bound by governmental processes, we not represent the position of any specific country or and international slash multinational organizations who have a lot of agility in the way we take our decisions, in the way we move. This allows us to really capture what are the most, let's say, urgent trends and what are the views of different stakeholders, also through the ability of reaching out to literally everybody. In LPP, we have over 65 stakeholders at this point in our network, all over the continents. That includes most governments and space agencies active in these sectors, but it also includes commercial actors, universities, individual experts, civil society, universities, and academia. So in that sense, a policy platform can really grasp what is going on within society, understand from industry and from, let's say, the expert, the scientific and technological experts in the field, what is that they need from the regulation and what is that they don't definitely appreciate to have. And then we can convey that message in a way that it's efficient. I would say that also we are a translator. Different stakeholders in this community have different terminology and sometimes don't often understand each other. That's a key aspect. If we want to make sure that to produce effective regulation, we need to know what we are regulating, and we need to be able to have a dialogue with whoever is being affected by the regulation. And so having someone in our organization that can speak the language of a scientist, of an engineer, of a commercial player, of an entrepreneur, as well as of a diplomat and a regulator, it's exactly the role that we are supposed to play. And we do that at the best of our abilities, also to make sure that we can surgically intervene when it's the most needed. So we really are an integrator, and we really are an actor that tries to translate between different ones and hopefully make sure that we never lose sight of the bigger picture, which you can only understand if you really constantly talk to all the stakeholders that are involved.
Thank you, Dr. Salmeri. Now going on to Dr. Nonyana Mokabane, which is a bit of an ironic question. What is the most pressing regulatory bottleneck facing SACSA?
Prof, I'm going to issue a disclaimer on this one. I'll exercise my freedom of expression and opinion because SACSA has not adopted an agreed position on this one. Yeah. For me, the most pressing regulatory bottleneck is balancing effective oversight with the speed that is demanded by the fast-growing space economy. I think we all agree that regulation is necessary for safety. It is necessary for compliance and also international obligation. And while this, I believe, is generally appreciated by everyone, we are still faced with now, this is practically, lengthy approval processes of satellite launches. And I can always see that happening in the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. We are faced with fragmented policy and also law, including institutional capacity. For me, again, if these red tapes are not cut or these threats are not properly mitigated, they can slow investment. They can slow innovation. They can also slow private sector participation. To remain competitive, I believe South Africa must modernize but also streamline its space regulatory frameworks to encourage commercial growth and also technological advancement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're thinking along the same lines. Mr. Hendricks, how do international obligations shape domestic regulatory space?
I would say that it shapes domestic law in a very direct way. And these don't only concern treaties, but also non-binding treaties that have since been developed as principles and as norms and responsible behavior, so to speak, and which also have bearing on national legislation and states' obligations under international law. So, of course, under international space law, the state remains central. So even where the activity is carried out by non-state actors or international organizations, the state cannot simply say, you know, this is a private matter. The state, as you would know, has international responsibility and international liability in certain circumstances. So the basic legal architecture requires states to authorize, supervise, and take responsibility for national space activities. So that means that domestic law must create mechanisms for licensing, supervision, registration, safety, review, and liability management. And I found it quite interesting that our colleague earlier from the Nigerian Space Agency mentioned, for instance, the insurance threshold that is required under their domestic legislation, right? And that is to compensate the state in case the state attracts responsibility internationally for Nigerian space actors in outer space. And I think he said that amount was $15 million. Some countries say maximum probable loss. Some don't say anything at all. So those are the mechanisms through domestic legislation that states operationalize, in a sense, their international obligations. So international law, in fact, requires national legislation. And here there's quite a bit of support from UNOSA through its Global Space Law Project and the conference that will be held in Malindi to capacitate African states on developing national legislation. South Africa has been reviewing its legislation, and we hope to have a new act in the near future that will really then also speak to all the developments since the 1993 Act, right? So there are many different actors in outer space, many different activities. So we'll have to cater for activities that we may not initially have foreseen, even 10 years ago when the initial bill was drafted. So to conclude, international law creates, the minimum legal responsibilities, but states generally, and African states, of course, can still design their domestic frameworks and their policy frameworks to promote their local industry, their skills and development priorities, and their responsible commercial participation that are, in our case, often then linked to development. So the international law doesn't take away that responsibility or that policy space from states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Karasira, what role does legal drafting play in enabling commercial activity?
Thank you, Professor. The legal drafting function is an art of developing the legal and regulatory frameworks that are in line with the national goals provided by the policies and the strategy. So, in the principles of legal drafting, the legal drafters must implement the instructions provided by the policymakers. So, in this context, those framework must bring a conducive environment to the space sector, and they should be enabling instead of being restrictive. And for instance, the Rwanda's national space policy, adopted by our cabinet last year, promotes the space commercialization and emphasizes the importance of private sector in economic growth, especially in fostering innovation and creating job opportunities. So the regulatory framework must be in harmony with those national goals and contribute to achieve that purpose by being favorable to space commercial activities. However, the favorable nature should also be subject to the international obligation and standard based practices, as well as peaceful and sustainable use of outer space. Also considering the innovation and the dynamism of the space technology, there is the need of the legal framework to be flexible to adapt to the technological advancements and to be able to cope with them. So the legal drafting in the space sector should be supportive enough and enable commercial operators to be innovative and bring needed solutions. So the legal drafting should consider all those factors and aspects. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chisoni, how can governments create financially sustainable space ecosystems?
Thank you, Prof. That's a question that has occupied my mind for quite a number of years as we dealt with setting up the Kenya space ecosystem. I want to say that for governments generally, before looking to external resources external sources of finance. Usually it's an internal affair. You raise your resources through taxes. You have an annual budget. Then you allocate according to your priorities and you implement. But as things stand, and especially for many African countries, I don't think that we have the benefit of reliance on our national budgets when it comes to the space sector. And I think it's time that African governments consider, especially when it comes to the space sector, strategic partnerships, which yes, may involve finance. And I know that there was, I think Dr. Maria touched on the fact that we've had reliance on foreign funding. And of course, sometimes when you have that reliance on the foreign funding, then maybe the agenda is not completely yours as a nation. But it's a challenge to us as African countries to come up with, really understand our positions, our interests, and go to the negotiating table with that at the fore, even as we seek finance. And as we seek to create ecosystems for the future where we will be self-reliant. And I think the features of a sustainable space ecosystem for me is a system that has matured enough to have the structural capacity to attract financing from various sources, not just your budget. And this is where, we could interest the private sector. I know Advocate Barrington said the private sector does not work for the government. It is for profit, and that is quite clear. But I don't see why private sector cannot collaborate in building the backbone for the space ecosystems within Africa. Because once that backbone is established, then for them, and this is not specific to South Africa because obviously that's already been done for you, but for the other emerging countries, once that backbone is built, then the private sector has a greater arena to play within. Then I also go back to my other, this I think is something I've repeated all throughout. You need legal certainty. So you need enabling laws that will allow you to build those sustainable space ecosystems.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think you realize how stressful it is to try and keep your comments to 3 minutes. It's almost impossible. You are doing excellent. Thank you. So this brings us now to the third theme, which is the final theme. And by previous discussion, I'm going to ask two panelists to step down. They don't need to leave, but I'm just going to pass them over with the questions. So this theme touches on space resources and future commercial frontiers. And the overarching question is, how should African states position themselves in emerging commercial domains, such as space resources? So this brings in the Artemis issue. So I'm going straight to Dr. Salmeri. How can Africa strategically engage in shaping space resource governance?
Professor, and that is the question, right, that I was thinking at the beginning. How to do so, I think it requires a number of steps. Number one is really understanding what priorities do you want to pursue? What are the key goals? What are the key values that you wish to implement and apply when you participate in this very forward-thinking and sometimes rather complex discussion? Because if you don't get your head straight from the very beginning, you're just going to be lost in the complexities and in the difficulties of this conversation. So number one is really understanding at home what is it that you want to promote, what are your strengths as well, and what do you bring to this new conversation? Because sometimes we may tend to think that these conversations are only for the few countries that can go to the moon, but there is so much complementary expertise and capabilities that are fundamental, I would say, in ensuring the safety and sustainability and prosperity of these activities. For example, many African countries are mining countries, and they have a lot of technical expertise from terrestrial mining that can be brought into the space mining conversation for them to actually become real conversations and not just stay in the space bubbles. South Africa is an excellent example of that. So number one, understand your priorities. Number two, understand your strengths. And then number three, understand the ecosystem. Really do your homework in making sure that you are aware of what's going on around you. There is a lot to catch up, but there are ways to be fast-tracked in these conversations through the support of expert advisors, or just simply by dedicating resources in your teams to really do a first and foremost ecosystem landscape analysis. In that sense, it's important to become aware of what's going on at the United Nations. As previously Mr. Hendricks was mentioning, there was only a few countries that spoke on substantive items at the UN COPOS meetings, and there is the need for more. But in order to do that, first of all, you need to be aware that there is a process that you need to participate, and where this process stands, and how can you intervene at this point of the process in a meaningful way. You also need to become more aware of the Artemis Accords as well as the ILRS documents and programs to understand where do you fit. Again, where do your strength, where do you position fit, and make sure that you participate and make the most of this international framework, because there are good things that can be taken out of them and good things that you as an African country and continent can bring to these processes. And then finally, you need to really be strategic about how do you engage, how much you expose yourself, how much you side with one part or the other if you choose to do so, or whether you want to go with both, such is the case of Senegal, but make it meaningful again. So to recap, first and foremost, get your own priorities, strengths sorted, then study and understand the ecosystem that is around you to be able to surgically intervene where it's the most impactful through strategically designed engagements. And again, start now. I think that the main recommendation that I would have is that if Africa starts this process in 10 years, the conversation on space resources will already have gone in a certain direction, and it will be very difficult to change. Although not impossible, it's much better to intervene now where things are still fluid and there is a lot of room for contribution and direction that can be given. So the how is not the only question that needs to be asked. The question is also when, and I would say that is a key part of it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Salmeri. Dr. Nonyana Mokopane, should African regulators begin preparing domestic frameworks for space resources?
Yes, Prof. Even if the continent is not yet a major player in space mining or resource extraction, the fact that there is potential for business in this area, my question would be, why not we lay a foundation? And when we lay a foundation, we need to ask, what is our want in space mining? Like Dr. Simeri said, you actually nicely brought it up to say there should be those building blocks. You ask relevant question. What is our want? And the moment we know our want, we'll be able to prepare legal frameworks that will safeguard the environment and also build trust, which communicates to our African community that the continent recognizes this opportunity. And should our business community find interest in space mining, our country, our other continent, it is ready to ensure that operations are going to be safe and also sustainable. Prof, space mining economy is moving fast, very fast in among other continents. In the US, I'm going to ramble here. North America research says that it has established laws and also programs that support commercial extraction of asteroids and also lunar resources. Europe, among other countries, France, Germany, UK, they conduct research on planning for space resource use, particularly in lunar mining. And lastly, in Asia, there is a rapidly expanding also space business in that area, and China being actively involved in exploring rather the moon and also asteroids to find valuable resources. With all that I've said, Prof, and these continents already moving, maybe shall I say aggressively moving, Africa cannot afford to be left behind. You cannot afford to be left behind, whilst other continents have established their regulatory frameworks and are advancing in space mining. Early regulatory preparations, that is a good way to start. Why? We need to protect the continent's strategic interest. Why again? We need to also attract investment. We need to encourage innovation for future space activities. The goal here is not only to participate in space mining, but to use international rules to shape our own rules. We always speak about the Africa we want. To shape our own rules, why don't we establish our bespoke or tailor-made rules that will protect the interest of the continent in both underdeveloped and developed countries alike? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to Mr. Hendricks. What diplomatic strategy should Africa adopt in space resources negotiations?
Thank you. So in the legal subcommittee at the moment, there is a working group on the legal aspects of space resources, I think extraction it's called. And so that is the space where countries are currently negotiating. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot of African input at this stage, but we do pick up in the general statements that African countries make that they do refer to this process. And what they often say is that that any process relating to resource extraction, in particular, must be grounded in existing international law. So the working group and its principles is a non-legally binding process, but should still not develop principles that are outside of international law. That's essentially what we say. And of course, I think as Africa, we don't know ourselves yet how we regard space resource extraction, whether that amounts to non-appropriation under Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty. I mean, there's the view that if you take resources and use it in space in situ, that would be permissible, but if you bring them down to Earth, that would violate the non-appropriation principle. I think Dr. Salmeri takes a different view from the literature I've read by him. But I think those are just topics that Africa hasn't really discussed. So we need to have those discussions. We need to coordinate better before going to international fora. We need to not only state our views in general statements, but have firm positions in working groups and where the real work is being undertaken to develop draft laws, draft principles, and non-binding instruments. So I think that would be a very, very good start. So we do have an interest to ensure that commercialization doesn't outrun the law or the international law, because that could be to Africa's detriment. We want to ensure that there is benefit sharing, that equitable access remains, and that the core principles of the UN treaties are not violated or not transgressed in the process of developing these extraction principles. So Africa can certainly work better together, and yeah, we hope we'll have more of these discussions in the future. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Ms. Chisoni, what are the economic implications of space resources for African states?
I'm glad to speak after the former expert on space resources, and that's Dr. Salmeri, in my opinion. And I really have to agree with what he said, as well as what Dr. Mokabane said. And look, if Africa does not even know itself or know what it wants, then this is going to be a very difficult conversation for us. How are we going to contribute? At the moment, it looks like the activities relating to space resources, extraction of space resources are very distant. But precisely at this moment is when the decisive economic choices are being made. This is when the regulatory frameworks are being made. And, I remember having a conversation with Dr. Salmeri earlier this year, and literally we were having a discussion along the lines that it would appear that African states really don't grasp the importance of this conversation currently and are absent. They are missing from the table. And yet this is precisely the time that the rules are being set. For those of us who are Africans, we know about the scramble for Africa and what the effects are. We feel them up to this day. So now we're about to enter into the scramble for the celestials. From the scramble from Africa, we know very well that we arrived late to the governance table relating to extraction of terrestrial resources. And the consequence of that is we captured very little of our own resource value. And I hope that this is not something we as Africans will allow to be repeated in orbits and beyond. So to me, the economic implications are far-reaching. It's the perpetual poverty of this continent, yet it is the most resource-rich continent. It is also the continent that, has an opportunity to rewrite its history, its current moment. That is the very painful. And I'm sorry to be very blunt. I feel very deeply about this subject. And these are not the views of the government of Kenya, by the way. I forgot to disclaim that. So I, I think that we need to be positioning ourselves and participating in building the relevant legal and fiscal frameworks so that we can help shape the international regime before everything solidifies against anyone who comes to the table late. I love what David Kasibante says. I always have to repeat this every time I'm in a conference. I echo what he says. Africa is not late to space, it is late to space governance. And today I got an extra line from Professor Harrington. We don't want to be the mill, and our goal should be to get us seats that help us capture value, not just participate in somebody else's framework. Let's make it our own as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soni. Colleagues, I believe we are nearing the end of our session. Reese, could I steal 5 minutes extra? So the two panelists who were passed over, if you wanted to say something about this theme, you're more than welcome. If you don't, it's also good, and then I'll close up.
Thank you, Professor. It's obvious that technological advancements and innovation are inevitable, but a positive thing is that they are beneficial to the whole humanity. And since the technological aspect of space technology is innovative, the legal aspect must also follow that step. And there is a need of well-coordinated frameworks and transparent mechanism to avoid the possible geopolitical conflicts in such a case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Everyone, if you would please give a round of applause to all the panelists. So to perhaps summarize or give a little bit of input from my side, I must say this has been very difficult for me because this is the area where I operate in. I've recently written 2 chapters on the influence of the Artemis Accords from a property law viewpoint, for example, but I won't go into that there. But I think what we see here is that Africa should not be left behind. We should not leave ourselves behind. What we don't want to see is another Bogota situation where we don't do anything and then we come to the table and say, well, we are now demanding A, B, and C. We mustn't let the opportunity arise that we've seen with paper satellites. So for those of you who don't know, it was reservation of orbital slots for a satellite, and then a country is not able to put up a satellite there. So it is a resource that nobody else can use, but countries were just not using it. And eventually then the countries who were able to use it took it over. And there was a big fight about this 10, 15 years ago. It's a bit better now. But this is why when you're in South Africa, the satellite is aimed to the horizon and not up where it is better situated. So those are things to keep in mind. Let's go to the table. Let's participate. Let's give our views. What we might also then require from governments is some action. So let's see how we can see the creation of legal incentive frameworks where we've got a whole bunch of legislation and regulations working together to enable participation of Africa in the space sector. Let's not participate in the activities of other states, solely of other states and other continents. Let's do it here. And then perhaps, just some food for thought, since the space sector is so much bigger than just launching. So you've got the rocket going up, but it's much bigger than that. You've got this whole system feeding into it. So what about the creation of industrial development zones specifically for the space sector? So these are all kind of ideas where we can work towards. I don't think there are time for questions, but do keep the questions for the interactions in the next sessions and tomorrow over a nice cup of coffee and a croissant. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, Professor Erlang, with 2 minutes to spare. I'd just like to use this opportunity to once again thank the panelists and especially to the three moderators for the panels today. Thank you for ensuring that my job is a lot easier in terms of not having to squeeze time here, get time there, take time here in order to give it there. So can we just give one more hand to all our moderators and panelists for day one? Thank you. I'll now hand over to my colleague, Riabetswe Mampane, who is also one of the co-leaders of the LLM program specializing in airspace and telecommunications at the University of Pretoria. She will be doing the plenary. I see that it is set out to be 30 minutes, but she has let me know that it will be a bit shorter. We'll see how that goes. It will also be her duty to just close off day one and just give further instructions with regards to day two tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Reese. Hi, everyone. I hope you can see me. This is something I say often, but yes, I think you can see me. I'm wearing heels today, so it helps. So I'm supposed to take about 30 minutes to give you the plenary, sort of just an overview of what was discussed today and discuss what happens tomorrow. I hope I don't take the full 30 minutes, but I was furiously writing. So yeah, let's break it down. So thank you, first of all, for joining us at this inaugural Africa Space and Policy Conference. I'm Riabetswe Mampane. I'm a lecturer at the University of Pretoria, and I've also co-organized this with Reese, Jamie, Mike Kabai, Ms. Majaja, and Dr. Arnold Agaba. I was requested to conduct the plenary session and to conclude an amazing first day of this very necessary and exciting conference, very timely as well. Today's sessions covered space law and policy from international, regional, and national perspectives, as well as discussing the very pertinent area of commercial space activities. Our very knowledgeable panelists, guided by our very capable moderators, engaged in robust discussions on the current status of African space law and policy and its interactions with a very dynamic and changing practical landscape. The running theme or term throughout the sessions that we picked up was collaboration. Collaboration within the continent, African state to African state, collaboration with private partners through public-private partnerships, and meaningful collaborations with global partners because, of course, space law remains international in its nature. In the first panel, we heard from colleagues from the AU Commission, our partner University McGill, and our own, from the University of the Witwatersrand, the Center for Applied Legal Studies, and UNUSA, who all gave us an understanding of the current legal landscape internationally and regionally. The second panel looked at the perspective of at the perspectives of national space agencies and the youth's involvement in space law and policy. Some thoughts on what Africa's priority should be in the next few years was shared, and it was identified that whilst there has been some robust activity in space, Africa could do more, especially with the goal of growing the space economy and building capacity on the continent. It was emphasized that the youth should be more meaningfully included in law and policy making, so not just sitting at the table, but actually being involved in building the table. It was communicated that collaboration between African states can strengthen national space law and policy, and emphasis on reviewing the existing fragmentation of law and policy was also highlighted. The third panel dealt with commercial space activities and considered the push-pull factors between space law and policy and on the continent, and how it supports and hinders a robust emerging African space industry. Africa's involvement internationally was commented on with acknowledgement that our voice should be more included and is not as included as it should be. It was also acknowledged that legal and policy fragmentation hinders commercial space activities, and more efforts should be made to build private-public partnerships to strengthen the African space economy and support an active commercial industry, and the law should follow. Essentially, Whilst it is very difficult to sum up the amazing, intellectually stimulating conversations we had today, a few very essential points emerged. Africa should speak for Africa and develop its own laws and policies to regulate its own space activities. And collaboration is key. I will end with this short statement for the plain well for the overview of today. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together, which is an African proverb. So thanks, everyone. Thank you so much. Wait, before you go, for tomorrow, we're going to meet here again, 8 o'clock. Please, everybody, come through. We're going to be involved in sessions. We're going to have our students with us from the moot court from, I think, around 8 o'clock, well, 9 o'clock until 11. That's going to be in a breakaway room upstairs. And in this main room, we're going to then cover the IHL non-proliferation topic, as well as the space economy topic shortly after that. At around 11:30, we're going to get ready to go to Santa HBK. I hope everybody has put in their identity documents in order to get access to Asante HBK. It's a national key point. So for security and access purposes, we do need your identity documents. We were warned that there are snakes on the property, and I'm joking. Mike told me not to say that. Sorry, Mike. I'm not trying to scare anyone away. No. But do come with closed shoes because it is a tour. We're going to be walking and everything. Please don't be wearing heels. I won't be wearing heels. So you guys might not see me. But just look for the purple hair. Then you might see me. But anyway, yes, we're excited for tomorrow. And thank you so much, everybody, for being here today. This is not a closing speech, but just to say that, we've worked so hard over the past few months to make this happen. And it's always really great to see the support. And I think it's really, really essential that we keep the conversations going. So please do engage on social media, engage with one another. And yeah, this is really exciting. So yeah, see everybody tomorrow. Thank you.